All right, guys, did I do it correctly? Am I actually live? And another question is the quality should be even better than yesterday? And if I sound weird, guys, I'm a bit under the weather. Let me pull up my task manager and see how badly my graphics card is getting murdered. Okay, we're actually using 42% of the 4090. It's impressive. It's better than yesterday. Good. Should be. This is like the highest quality I could possibly stream it. I picked the highest settings. There was a leak today. I fixed a lot of things, guys. I should be able to see the notifications much better. Um, should be able to see the notifications a lot better. Should be able to read the chat a lot better. Restream.io has just informed me that we have just hit 100 messages for the day. We already have 100 chatters. I feel like $1 million, even though I feel like $0. I can't believe it. Already have 100 chatters. Yeah, I'm a bit sick, guys, but it's okay. Everyone gets sick sometimes. It's just my turn.
Hi.
Ow, pulling up his planner here. All right. Is it nap time? You look like you're ready for a big nap, not just a medium-sized nap. This isn't gonna be a small nap. This is gonna be a mucho grande venti map. Nap. That was the chicken enchilada dip yesterday. It was good. It was like more of like a food that you would eat like for a football game than a dinner, but it doesn't matter. Good anyway. I ate all of the food placed in front of me. And dude, today is gonna be a little rough. What am I drinking? I'm just drinking a coffee. I just took I took some multivitamins, I took some vitamin C supplements, and then I took some ibuprofen because I couldn't feel my throat. I believe the campfire is in 5 hours. Is that correct? 5 hours from now. It's in 2 hours and 30. I thought it was in 5. Yeah, it's 5:30 Eastern, which is 4:30 Central, which is in 5 hours, right? It's in 4 hours and 50 minutes. I have 20 minutes. I don't think I could get 600 cinders for that. Less Big Bernie. Hey, I found the chest already. It's already respawned or what? Where is Rax? I'm right here. Where is Rax? Where is Rax? I don't know. Where did Rax go? Let me know if you guys see him. I wonder if there is a universe where I could get both chests in only 20 minutes. I need to increase my life pool because then my emo will just one-shot everybody. What are the new class predictions? It was pretty much leaked already. It's that Spiritborn class. That was leaked. We're pretty sure that that's it. It's a class called Spiritborn. Will the new expansion expand the skill trees? Oh, I mean, it has to, man. Yes, it has to. That's a guarantee. Will they bump up the level cap? I hope not. I hope not. I do not want to go to 110. I hope they do the opposite. Make the 1 to 100 harder. Can you guys believe how good of gameplay I'm treating you to right now? That's some POG gameplay, Rax. Thank you. Thank you. The Hellrain, did I say that right? What's up? Hello, good morning. Okay, now I should be able to check any notifications easily. Let's see if that's true. So Jules and Fildo, thank you for the new memberships. Hi, Jules. Good to see you. Jules is always here. Jules has been here for a million years. Nice to see you, Jules. Thank you, Fildo. On Twitch, let's see, on Twitch I use this thing. Matt, thank you for the 500 bits. Cherry Skittles, thanks for the 23 with Prime. Mathriel, Rabid, TGG. Thank you for the subs, guys. All right, see, I can actually do it. I can read both chats, and I can do both notifications. We're doing the thing, guys. We're doing the thing. Sometimes dreams do come true. You want me to make the music louder? Mr. Leguan, how are you, buddy? Nice to see you. Is that the rank 1 leveler, man? There he is. By the way, Mr. Leguan, do you have, like, written down what your strategy was to go from 1 to 100? If you have it written down, would you mind sending it to me so I can read it? Unless it has, like, top secrets that you don't want to share. I would like to read exactly what you guys did. I'm sure it's different in softcore and 4-player than anything that I could do, but I would still be interested in reading it if you have such a document. Or did you just YOLO it? This medicine and this coffee is slowly but surely turning my voice into somewhat usable. I think I can probably do this quite easily, actually. Free the captives? That sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, he posted the double swing build. Thank you. Guys, the thing that is doing all of my damage has nothing to do with double swing. It's the blood hemomancy power. Put on hemomancy, level it up, and stack life on your gear. That's it. See how the whole room gets pentakilled? It's not even me. Watch. Look at this. Not even going to hit anything. Look. I swung at the air and everything died. Has nothing to do with double swing. Hemomancy power. Put it on your powers. Level it up to 3 on any class, any build. Stack life. Put life on your helmet, life on your chest, life on your pants, life on your rings. Put rubies in your armor for more life. Life, 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 life. That's it. You one-shot everything. All you do. Every single build, it doesn't matter. Any build, any class, doesn't matter. And then when you get life, put life on your life. Exactly. And then on the side of your desk, while you're playing Diablo 4, you're going to be want to be playing the game of life while eating life cereal. This hemomancy thing. I mean, guys, I made world tier 4. This is world tier 4 Helltide. I'm still one-shotting everything. I only have 10,000 health. Characters can get up to 30,000 health. Imagine how badly I'm going to kill stuff with 30,000 health. Oh, here's the boss. Okay, I got him debuffed. Did my blast wave just hit him for 4 million and then 3 million? Okay. That seems balanced. How good is health? Health is goated, man. Barb looks boring. Uh, excuse me, sir. What is boring about one-shotting everything? I resent that statement. Cow moo moo. The one thing that's really lame about this restream.io is I can't see who's a mod, who has highlighted me, who... I can't see half of the emotes. This chat on restream.io is way worse. Like, way worse. Dude. Jules just gifted 10 subs. She's been here pretty much since the beginning of my stream. She's like my second mom. Thank you, Jules. You didn't have to do that. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Jules. Jules is so great. Hugh Janas, do you think the game... Thank you for the $5. Do you think the game needs more progression systems? Oh, yes. I think a game needs 10 more progression systems. My mic could blow my nose. Bad guys, make sure you guys are eating your vitamin C and drinking water. Damn it. This is annoying. By the way, Hatticus Quiximo, I live to game Skeller. Thank you so much for the subs on YouTube. Appreciate you guys. On Twitch, Geek gifted 100 bits. Arbisk resubbed. Matt gifted 500 bits. Thank you guys. The stream is stuttering and lagging for Vince on Twitch. Is that true for anybody else? Is the stream stuttering and lagging? Okay. I did put it at the highest bitrate. By the way, guys, on YouTube, not only did I put it on the highest possible quality, but I put it at 15,000 bitrate. That's 3 times the bitrate of Twitch. Triple. And my GPU, my 4090, is only 3 streams open at the highest quality and doing the encoding. It's only at 40% capacity while playing Diablo 4. It's a crazy card, man. Where's the music? I cannot. It is not allowed to play music on YouTube. If you want to listen to the music, you have to watch on Twitch. The campfire chat starts in 4.5 hours. Oh yeah, I was supposed to put the overlay on YouTube, but I forgot to do it. Oops. Damn it. Wait a minute. Vince, you can add the overlay on... Or wait. No, I didn't add the scene. Oh. I need to add the scene in OBS. I am sick, but it's okay, guys. I took medicine. I got some sleep. I took medicine. I got a bottle of water. I have a hot coffee here. I'll be all right. I'm just apologize for you guys having to listen to my terrible voice today. I apologize for that. Stuffy nose, Rax. It says that my bitrate is 15,000 and YouTube recommends a bitrate of 4,500. Over on YouTube, how is the quality, guys? Is the quality like, especially for anybody with a good internet connection, is the quality like absolutely insane? Because I've been coding in the highest quality, streaming in 1080 60p, and I'm giving you a 15,000 bitrate. Is it like God quality? Twitch looks better side by side. That's crazy. That should not be happening. But I did put the... I also put the Twitch quality on max. 1080p, 60 FPS, best rendering, but you can only have a 6,000 bitrate. You think I'm a hypochondriac? I don't think this has anything to do with being a hypochondriac, man. I can't breathe. I mean, I just have a cold. I don't think I'm a hypochondriac. I'm just sick. KOTOR says Twitch looks better. The outline of my character on the green screen is wild. Is the webcam with the green screen not working? Quality looked better yesterday on YouTube. So I'm not saying that you're wrong. You could be right, but that should definitely not be happening if you have a good internet connection. Yesterday, I was rendering at medium quality, and the bitrate I gave you was 10K. Now I'm rendering at best quality with 15K bitrate. So I think the only possible way it should be worse is if you have a bad internet connection. Here's a question. Is anybody watching on YouTube with a pretty bad internet connection? How does it look for you? The YouTube is very laggy. Okay. So maybe the bitrate is too high on YouTube. Maybe I should turn it down tomorrow, back to 10K. What's this build focused on? This build is focused on Hemomancy, the vampire power. It does everything for me. I don't even do anything. Look, I'm going to swing at the air with my auto attack. Whole room died. No problems, and I only have 1 point. Okay. Does anybody know what happens on a stream when the streamer is offering a really high bit rate and you have a bad internet connection? Is like the connection smart enough to just give you a bit rate that's appropriate for your internet connection, or is it not smart enough? Like, do I need to lower? My question is do I need to lower the bit rate on my own end to make sure that people without godly internet can watch? It adapts. It lowers automatically. So me lowering my bit rate will not help the people with bad internet, and me raising the bit rate will just help people with God internet. Is that a true statement? Okay, well then I won't lower the bit rate. I can actually double it again. I could make it 30K. Ruckus says it doesn't automatically update. Doesn't YouTube do like that recommended thing where it says, where they analyze your bitrate and then they say, oh, you should watch in 720p or whatever. But then if you click 1080, it stays on 1080. It doesn't like adjust it later. You have to fix it later or something. Because that's what always happens when I open a YouTube video. YouTube starts it at 240p and then it thinks about it for a second and then it switches it to 1080p because I have a very good internet. And then if it picks 720p, then I just picks 1080p and I say nah. And then it doesn't do it again. Bot Shay, thanks for the 100 bits, man. Captain Honor Seeker raided me. Thank you, Mr. Honor Seeker. It's nice to see you, buddy. PVT is going for his hoodie. 14-month resub. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Mandip and Tommy joined as supporters on YouTube. Skeller subbed on YouTube. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. can only plug one thing. These guys are trying way too hard. I will pentakill the entire screen. First, all three. Stand still and auto attack in the middle, boys. Stand still and auto attack. Bro, why doesn't anybody listen to me? Dude, you don't have to do anything. Stand in the middle and auto attack. There we go. Scoops is doing it. Stand still, auto attack. Guys, if you have hemo, stand in the middle, do nothing. Isn't this a bit too OP? Yeah, but I mean, I didn't design this. Blizzard did. That's why you need a PTR, my friend. Is this Woody's double swing? No, this is the auto attack in the middle and do nothing build. No, it actually is, but hemo just does everything for you. Maxroll, thank you so much for the, I want to say the sub. It's called a sub on, what should I call it? Thanks for becoming a member. Why do they have different words, man? Annoying. Thank you, my dude. All this stuff sucks. Let's see. I am streaming on YouTube also. I have everything merged now. So I should be a little bit... I can see all the notifications now. I should be able to stream on both somewhat proficiently now. I'll get better over time. This is only my second ever YouTube stream. So I still have a lot to learn. World boss in 40. What do I think about Thord's Barb? Not really a big believer in thorns, but it might be viable. I admittedly haven't looked into it too much. I do have a cold, guys. I'm a little bit under the weather. I apologize for the way that I sound. I am heavily medicated and I took a bunch of vitamins. I'm trying to not sound like a goblin. It's not going the best so far. Did I finish the things? Yeah, I did. Okay. Is there a channel for Duriel partying? I don't know of a way. Most people, I think, use Discord. Am I winning? Yes, I am. I already won today when I woke up hanging out with you guys. I'm just very happy to be here. Even though I'm sick, I still feel very lucky. I have a four-legged furry creature sleeping right next to me. Sarah is napping. I'm hanging out with you guys. There is no reason to not be happy. Life is good. It's very easy to wake up in the morning and say all the things that you wish would be better in life. But what takes a lot of courage, in my opinion, is to wake up and be thankful for what you have and try to make it a great day. I'll tell you what would be a better day, though, is if my throat would feel better. That would be nice. A political volunteer woke your baby up from a nap. It's probably the worst, right? Because it's hard to get the baby to sleep. A baby getting a nap, isn't that like the only free moments you ever get as a parent? That's pretty much it, right? Can't believe these guys think they can fight me. It's the funniest thing I've ever heard of. Yeah, double swing's going good. Yeah, I have to speak with the NPC. I'll just uncheck that quest. All of these are really good. The highest one. Our cow, Dazen. Thank you so much for the Prime and the T1, man. This thing working. $2 super chat from Wayne. Thank you, buddy. Local honey and lemon will knock it out. I know tea is the best, but I don't really like tea that much, unfortunately. I should like it, though. Hi, Ghost Runner. How you doing, buddy? Hello from Portugal. How you doing, buddy? The campfire chat is later. It happens in 4 hours from now. It begins. You didn't miss anything. So glad I'm streaming on YouTube. Happy to be there, man. Happy to be on both. 4 hours from now, guys, is the campfire. 4 hours. It's amazing quality. I put it as high as possible.
I cannot pull any more levers. My computer, I'm very fortunate. I have a very nice computer. Check Discord, check Discord. Oh. I got it. Thank you, Mr. Legon. I got it, buddy. Thank you. I will watch that. I'm interested in watching you guys race. I never get to watch because I'm always playing. Wow, it looks way better on YouTube. It should. I have currently on YouTube and Twitch. I'm broadcasting in both of them at the highest quality that that is possible. I'm broadcasting at the highest. Snuts won the WoW tournament, yeah. I said before the final started, like, Zico is a god, but I said before it happened, how is Zico possibly going to beat a warlock? It's like impossible. And then about 25% into the duel, I kind of looked at the webcam and I said, there's just no way that Zico wins here. It's not possible. And then Snuts just absolutely bludgeoned him. But it's impossible. There's nothing you can do. I mean, if you go back on the VOD and watch me, I PvP'd a lot, man. I have a life-threatening amount of hours PvPing in WoW, especially like the early days of WoW. There just ain't no way, man. There ain't no way a Frost Mage is gonna beat a Lock. It's never gonna happen. If the Lock is good, and he's not just fighting a good Lock, he's fighting Snuts. It's impossible. I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you what was completely possible. Snuts could have lost that if the bracket had been flipped. If Snuts fought Sony Digital with that healing trinket that he had, Sony Digital could have easily killed Snuts. And then when Sony Digital fought Zico in the finals, Zico would have won. So with a different bracket placement in an alternate universe, actually Zico wins the tournament. But Snuts did go through a godly warrior, though. He did beat J-Law. But I think Sony Digital had way better healing gear, which is what you need against a Lock. I have a feeling if Snuts would have fought Sony Digital in the other side of the bracket, Snuts would have lost, and then Zico would have won in the other side. But Zico was very fortunate. He didn't run into any warlocks until the finals. He also didn't run into any rogues. Now Zico has proven time and time again that he could beat rogues, but Peo versus Zico, for example, would have been a godly matchup. Does any mage beat a warlock? No. No. The warlock can fight. The only way a warlock can fight forever. Warlock has a million ways to heal, sack pets for a shield, hellstone, drain life. They can crowd control you forever. If they get in trouble, they can death coil you off of them. The only way a mage can beat a warlock, you have to kill them in the first like 60 seconds of the fight. Killing a warlock quickly is a pretty impossible task. Warrior can kill a warlock quickly. That's why warriors are so good. And warriors can break fear with Berserker Rage. Now, Zico is going to beat all mid-tier warlocks because he's Zico, but Snuts is in contention for greatest warlock player ever. I said before I started, I said, listen, Zico has been steamrolling everybody and everyone thinks Zico is going to win, but I played this game a million years and I don't have the slightest clue in the universe. I don't have any idea at all how Zico could ever win this fight, ever. It's impossible. And then, yeah, he got stomped. Impossible, man. I don't think Zico could beat Snuts one time if they dueled 100 times. I don't think he could win one. I don't think he could win one of them. Yeah, Snuts would have to mess up badly. He would have to. Snuts not gonna mess up, man. Warlocks are a class that can make 15 mistakes in a duel and still win. They're just way too good. Zico said that too. Okay, I didn't have his. Dude, I said in my stream, I said, if Zico beats Snuts here, he's absolutely the greatest ever. If he can beat a warlock, as a frost mage, he's the GOAT. That's it. The conversation is over. Some people were messaging me, Rax, I was doing some stats while the tournament was going. Do you know Zico not one time has ever dropped below 80% health and Snuts got down to 20% a couple of times? I said, bro, everything that you said is true, but that has nothing to do with dueling in Classic. You must not know the classes, because Frost Mage versus Locke, this is an impossible task. It wouldn't surprise me if Snuts killed Zico with 100% health. Remember, guys, always put quad defense on your chest piece. Pants and chest are always quad defense. These pants are just better than mine. Or are they? DR, DR, DR. Life, DR, DR. Total armor. Let's go like this. You're always looking for quad DR. All right, I need a disobedience power. And I think this is famous last words, but I think my warrior now, my barbarian, is unkillable. I don't think I can die now. Maybe Uber Lilith can still one-shot me, but other than that. I don't think I can die anymore. Turn the music up. Everybody on Twitch, would you like me to turn the music up? Is it too low? Y'all want me to? I will. Got 2 yeses for up. I got about 6 yeses, and I got about 4 no's. Okay. Looks like more people said yes than no, but some people have said it's fine. So let's turn it up slightly. Okay. I'm going to turn it up slightly. Turned it up a little bit. How's that? Is that better? It's the same. It isn't the same. I turned it slightly up. Shouldn't be the same anyway. Let me try something. I'm going to turn the music off. Tell me if you can still hear it. Can you hear the music right now on Twitch? On Twitch, can you hear it? Okay, so you're right. I actually did change it. You're right. This thing doesn't work. I got to change it a different way. Okay, I know how to change it. Okay, now I'm going to change it. Let's make it minus 26. There. I turned it slightly up. Is that better? That's good. Okay, we'll leave it there then. Okay, we'll leave it there. It doesn't matter to me. I'm going to set it whatever you guys want it at. It makes no difference to me. When is the campfire today? You love my content. Thank you, man. 4 hours. 4 hours from now. Okay, I got a little bit more health. But I want to continue getting even more health. $20 minutes until the boss. Okay, thank you. What are my graphics settings? I think I have them all the way up. 6 wings. 26 months resub from the Bear Trails. Greetings from Denmark. Hope you have a great day. I hope you have a great day too, man. Praying, winless, always tired. Mr. Our Cow, Drazen. Thank you so much for all the subs, guys. And then on YouTube, Wayne, thanks for the donation, man. I appreciate it. What's my CPU? The 13,900 KS Intel processor. Why am I unkillable? What do I mean by quad defense? It means the 4 stats on your chest piece and on your armor should always be defense. Your raiment doesn't agree. This is not applied to unique items. If you have to wear a unique, then you have to wear a unique. If you have to wear a legendary chest piece, then you know. Oh, I know why I'm not one-shotting everything. I don't have the right I lost my hemo. I'm missing 1 pig and 2 skulls. There we go. Yeah, now I'm going to start one-shotting everything again. No, it's for every class silver. Every class. Your pants and your chest are always quad defense, unless you have to use a unique. Always. Every class, hardcore, softcore, everything. Never, ever, 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 never put offensive stats ever on those pieces. The reason why is it's a relative thing. When you get 10% burning damage on your sorcerer on a chest or something, this is additive damage. This additive damage sucks. It goes into a giant pool in the formula, and it gives you way, way, way less than you actually think it does. However, getting a roll of 1,000 life when you only have 10,000 life gives you, you know, a massive, massive increase to your life pool. And that keeps you alive much better. So it's a relative thing. Relatively, the defensive stats have far more value on pants and chest. So you always want 4 defensive stats on each. Armor, life, damage reduction from close, damage reduction from distant, damage reduction from bleeding, damage reduction from burning. Whatever you actually apply, you want 4 of those stats on each piece. Every time, no exceptions, unless you have to use a unique like raiment. Do I have a good leveling build for Necro? Blood Surge Necro is the best leveler in Diablo 4. Blood Surge. If you need a plus skill, yes. If you need a plus skill to a main skill that you use, yes, you would take that. That would be an exception, yes. 3 defensive stats and then +3 to the skill that you like or whatever. Yes, that's an exception. You can only hear me. You can't hear the music. On Twitch, you should be able to hear the music. You should be able to hear it. Oh, I killed it? Okay. On YouTube, you won't ever hear the music because YouTube policy will ban me instantly. If they ever change the rules, I will put the music on YouTube immediately. It'll be the following day. It will be up instantly. The music is low compared to me. That's what the audience asks for. They don't want the music as loud as me. They want it soft. That's how it's always been. Doesn't matter to me. I'll put it at whatever levels you guys want, but this is what most people usually ask for. That's why for YouTube, I turned on the game volume very, very low. For YouTube, if I say absolutely nothing, can you hear the game volume a little bit? Can you hear me hitting Blood Bishop and doing stuff? It's very soft. I put it there for the YouTube people. It's very soft. Maybe I need to put it a tiny bit up because I don't want you guys to hear nothing. Double the volume to 4. It's very soft. I just doubled the volume for the YouTube people. We'll see how this goes. I'm gonna go craft a much higher one. 100% increase in value. Rodney, thanks for the super chat, man. You got level 50 on your Tornado Druid, but you're weak. Should you switch to a different build? I would level up as Pulverized, man. Level up as Pulverized if you have the Shockwave power.
How can I help? The forge is always hot. You can't be serious, Thomas. Morgan's folly is lost in ruins. Going back is... This isn't like before. This isn't for the fort, for Akarat. Surely you understand that.
Ah, man, dude. Need to drink as much water as I can possibly stand today. World boss in 10, thank you. Yeah, we'll be there. We have time to do another run, though. I'm going to try to craft a sigil that's just way higher than what I'm doing. Let's go, like, way higher. Can I do, like...
No, don't tell me. I'll see for myself. How and I've got the coin to leave.
Let's do, like...
Seems like anywhere's better than here.
Yeah, let's do a 41. See how that goes. just going to increase the difficulty tremendously while I'm here. Where's Potion Man? Potion Man, it's right here. Okay. Let's make 10 of these. Okay, which way are we going here? For this. What Barb build is this? This is double swing. But actually, I am killing all the monsters really without using double swing. I'm pretty much just using a generator to proc hemo to kill the whole room. Does it pay to run higher rifts if you can do them? The thing that I like about doing the higher ones, I don't think the XP is that crazy, but I'll tell you why I want to do a higher one, is because it gives you way more glyph XP. Guys, Blizzard said that the endgame system that they're releasing is extremely difficult. They said that they're ready for our level 100 ball lightning sorcerers to try it. They said they internally tested it, which means they probably put on a 100 ball lightning sorcerer, super powerful, and played it. They said the endgame is so difficult that even if you have a 100 of some builds are just not going to be even strong enough to be possible to clear it. So they said if you want to challenge, they said it's usually a very dumb idea for them to say that content is going to be too challenging because the community is very clever on how they can find ways to beat stuff. They can usually find crazy ways to beat the game. But they said they're still going to go out on a limb and say that this will actually really challenge you. So there's no messing around here. We need to get our uber uniques. We need to get all of our glyphs. We need to get all of our glyphs to 100. We need to figure everything out here. We need to get the most powerful. I'm gonna make all 5 on hardcore. Barb. I already have Barb, Necro, Sorcerer at 100. I'm gonna put all of them. Level 21 glyphs. The best possible builds I can make for all 5. I'm gonna try to clear the end game with all 5 of them. Okay, I mean, Blizzard is essentially, I take it as a personal challenge. They're telling me that I cannot do this. They're telling me that they're going to challenge me. Okay, if you're going to challenge me, I'm going to make the 5 fucking best builds I possibly can. You challenge me, show me. And if they do challenge me, if I go in with my ball lightning sorcerer and they just stop me in my tracks, I'm going to shed a tear of happiness. I'm going to be like, wow, this is really hard. That's going to make me so happy. Potions give you 30 million damage. From what? Is that from like a vampire power or something? How do you get 30 million damage with a potion? Something I'm missing here. My voice is soothing. Thank you for saying that. I mean, I'm Did they fix the 18 combo point thing? Did they actually fix that yet? Oh, okay. World boss in 4, okay. boss next. After we clear this. The boss in 3, I should be able to make it here. We're about on the final boss here. Should be able to. Boss time.
I can't do that here.
I'm gonna type something to Blizzard here while we're waiting for the world boss. If I could only have one quality of life change for season 3, I would please ask the team to either A, let me map teleport to Tree of Whispers on my emote wheel, or let me rebind my T teleport to town to the Tree of Whispers. If that is a quick and easy development change for you guys, I would beg you to add this for season 3. I want that over anything else. I go there 500 times a day, and it's very tedious to do so at the moment. I'm going to react with tree. Please let me remap my Tree of Whispers. When did I start YouTube Live? Yesterday. This is only my second stream ever. Do you get better loot for killing the world boss faster? Not at all. No.
It is done.
Not at all. My boots are quite bad. Everything I have is quite bad if I'm salvage it all. Oh, I should have looked at the amulets, by the way. That was a mistake. Should have looked at the amulets. want to do Leviathans. This one. Second, I'm reading something here that was feedback from Blizzard. When does the campfire chat start? 3.5 hours. Any news about Diablo 4 Season 3? In 3.5 hours, they're having a campfire chat where they will certainly talk about it. Isn't Shaco BIS for everything? Kind of, yeah. Unless you have to wear a unique helmet like a Tempest Roar. Yeah, it's pretty much BIS for everything. I would way rather have 4 to all my skills than practically anything.
I need more time.
Godslayer Crown is pretty good as well.
I need more time. I need more time.
And I'm showing a lot of skill here. I run around the pole. You know what I feel like? Have you guys ever seen the YouTube video Tetherball Corgi? That runs around the pole and just keeps hitting the tetherball with his nose. I feel like Tetherball Corgi right now. Look at me. Good old fashioned Tetherball Corgi. My god, I'm strong, dude. It's crazy. Fighting monsters 12 levels above me and just trashing them. No. That explosion didn't feel good.
I must wait.
See my last comment. Have I ever gotten a sigil that says missing name? I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that. It's probably just an error, or maybe it is the cow level. They did allude to something about that. We don't think that the cow level is currently in the game. Might as well keep it, though, that missing sigil. Maybe it is the cow level. Have you guys tried... Have you drank a stamina potion while having that thing in your inventory and seeing if you can plug it?
I must wait. I must wait.
Let's go 2 levels higher. Let's just keep making it harder and harder. Have I drank a stamina potion at all? I have literally ran around. The entire world with stamina potions, listening to conspiracy theories from chat. Bro, dude, I have to show you guys this picture. Show you something. Bro, I'm gonna upload this picture to Discord and bring it. I have to show you guys Callie. She came right under me. I'm gonna show you what she did. Wait till you see this. This is why we want Callie to live forever. Look at this. Where is it? Callie brought her duck underneath my desk and set it down on the metal bar to use it as a pillow so she could be right by me. Look at Callie. What a dog. Callie Ma, is that from something that I should know what it is? I don't think I know what that is. Okay. So I'm fighting monsters. Much higher than yeah, I should probably change the name to We Have Been Trash Cats Forever, but the problem is I don't really use trash cats anymore, so it probably doesn't make any sense to people anymore. Maybe I'll just change it to something boring like Rax's server or something. Trash Cats used to be our Diablo 3 guild, but Diablo 3 is pretty much over. I don't know anybody who still plays Diablo 3 all the time. I wonder what their viewer count has dropped to. No Time for Love, Dr. Jones. Is that from Indiana Jones? LeBron James still plays. Damn, that guy's gonna play D3 till the end of time.
I need more fury. I'm not ready.
You know, I never used a turbo HUD. Everyone always... I got accused of using turbo HUD for years and years and years. I actually never used it. I've seen people use it. I've seen, like, the crazy overlay stuff. I never used it. Man, that would have helped me. I lost the rank 1 Thorns clear in, like, season 19. I was going to get first place, but I didn't realize there was a power pylon right next to me. I uncovered it after I failed the boss. I would have been rank 1 Necro. Said I got like rank 3 or something. Would have been first place if I had been using Turbo HUD. I said it. If people don't believe me that I don't use Turbo HUD right now, I just lost rank 1 Necro because I didn't see this power pylon, then no one's ever going to. Videos of literally just hot dogs. Pardon the question. What's the fascination of hot dogs? Is it like actually hot dogs, or is it like a metaphor for something, or hot? What's the fascination with hot? Like, don't get me wrong, hot dogs are good. Got no problem putting a wiener in my mouth, but I mean, if we're gonna worship something, why don't we worship tacos or pizza or something?
Can't lift more.
Anything good? Probably not. Here's a perfect COE power. Here's movement speed and all stats. That's a very good start. Berserking duration. This could be very nice. Let's put on these.
The forge. I can break that down. That looks worn. I can fix it.
Okay, Helltide has started. What kind of powers do I have? So what am I even looking for here? I want, while unstoppable, you gain 25% speed. Something tells me I don't have that power. So let's do this one.
Well, let's have a look.
And I think I'm going to go for the other movement speeds thing on this. Or I could just go with strength and just hit harder. It's a bad roll though. 22% movement speed after killing an elite. It can go to 42. I just want to move faster. Which gold do I have? 26 million. It's terrible. I can get 42% movement speed. What? So I'm rolling 21 to 42, and my 3 rolls have been 21, 22, and 24. 37.5. There we go.
Another happy customer.
Now we're going to be really zooming. Boy, do I love zooming. Zoomin is my middle name. Raxxanterax. Raxxanterax. So this is the best possible Helltide. This is the 15 Helltide. So we need 1,200 cinders here. The YouTube bitrate is so nice. You want to know what's the nice thing is there's competition now. Since there's competition, YouTube and Twitch both have to do better. So hopefully they will both improve their platforms. What's the best leveling build from Barb from 50 to 80? Either Hoda or Upheaval. Might be time for me to take some more medicine soon here. It's a best item here. Destroy the enemy structure.
I'm not ready yet.
What? How did I get stuck there? Eh. So we need 1,200 cinders here.
I must wait.
I just rush in like it's like I'm playing softcore and not hardcore. I ain't never scared, buddy. Number one way to die in hardcore is to be scared. Just get in there. I'm not going to let the monsters dictate my life. I make the rules around here. If I want to jump over a tree, I'll jump over a tree. It's that simple. Does galloping count as a... Or to get disconnected? Well, disconnects are supposed to use a scroll of escape. Do I have a scroll of escape? I would have.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, that's the chest that I need. So let's mark that.
I must wait. I'm not ready yet.
Are there any monsters in Helltides? What are you talking about, Raptor Jesus? This guy in my chat, not in my chat, in my Helltide is saying, are there any monsters? Like, run around, there's monsters fucking everywhere. What are you talking about? It's an efficient way to farm malignant hearts. Those are hard to farm, man. To do Legion events, world bosses, to do the vampire event, they kind of randomly spawn when those vampires spawn. This guy's saying, are there monsters in Helltide? I'm literally killing like 100 monsters a minute. Just move around and kill shit. When is the event? 3 hours. 3 hours from now. It starts. Damn it, I sent it in the wrong chat. I changed to trade chat. Trying to help these guys. Am I sick? I am sick. I'm alright though. Hey, it's kind of weird. When I told them about it, everybody kind of stopped fighting. Thank God. Dude, everybody instantly stopped fighting because they were mad about the bug thing. Once I told them Blizzard knows they're going to fix it next patch, and if you relog it works, everybody stopped fighting. Oh, it's a good feeling. Rax is determined to keep the streak going. Has nothing to do with determination, buddy. The streak will continue. There are no variables here. The streak will continue. There are no variables. Variables are for the weak. The streak continues. For literally no reason other than the fact that I promised I would do it. Not for fame, not for Guinness Book of World Records, not for clout, not for the money. It's because when I started streaming, I said I was going to stream every day for 10 years. Too many people in this world just say a bunch of bullshit with no intention of ever keeping their promise. So by God, I'm going to do everything that I can to keep my damn promise. And if I somehow fail it, it won't be without a colossal effort. What happens after 10 years? I don't know, buddy. I try to be very, very present about it. Try to be very present. Meaning, I'm trying to have a good stream right now. I'm trying to have a good stream tomorrow. That's about how far ahead I think. I don't know what's going to happen in 5.5 years. When I first started streaming on Twitch, I never even planned to make a YouTube channel. Look at me now. My YouTube channel is arguably more popular than my Twitch, and I'm also now streaming on YouTube. That all changed in 4.5 years. What might change in another 5.5 on top of it? I got no idea, man. I cannot predict it. I think trying to predict it is a waste of time. I'm trying to be very present. I want to have a great time with you guys now. I want to have a good stream now. That's what I'm thinking about. Thinking about other things is a distraction. The campfire meeting is today. It's in exactly 3 hours from now on the dot. I have considered at 5 years, for the second half of the 5 years, to take off the hoodie. So for the first 5, we use the hoodie. For the second 5, we don't use the hoodie. But I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm just going to keep going with it. We've come too far. I think we just continue with it. Head reveal. I don't think our YouTube friends know that there's pictures of me without my hoodie on Instagram and have been up for years. A lot of people think I'm fat, and a lot of people think I'm bald. Neither of these things are true. I mean, don't get me wrong, I could afford to lose 10 pounds, and I should lose 10 pounds, but I'm not fat at all. And I'm not bald. In fact, my hair is getting long for the winter. If you guys want to see a picture of me, here, I'll post it right now. Here's an Instagram link if you want to see a picture. So prove it. I just did. Check the link. It's me. Then people are going to say, Rax, that was 50 weeks ago. Yeah, you got me, guys. In the last 50 weeks, I went from that much hair to completely bald. Right. Right. Yeah. Nice. point. A lot of people think I'm bald and fat. I'm not. Just why it's great. If I go to BlizzCon next year, I'm just gonna not wear the hoodie. I'm just gonna dress nice, you know, like business casual. Might throw on some glasses and slick back my hair. No one's gonna know who I am. I'm gonna be hiding in plain sight. Yeah, I played soccer a lot in my life. That was my favorite sport. By the way, just to let you know, every single time on the stream when you say the word soccer, you're gonna get like 5 people that say no, it's football. People, I am 100% sure people are already typing it, and by the time I finish this sentence, it'll already be in the chat. Just to let you know. The funniest thing about that though is soccer is an English. It's not it's not a USA created word. It originated in England. It's your guys' word. And people get mad at us for using it. It's an English word.
I'm not ready yet.
It's not from the... It is not from my country of Jews and they. Dude, I can't even do the Borat impression with frog in my throat.
I must wait.
Welcome to my country of Jews and they.
I'm not ready yet.
Normally I do like a pretty good Borat impression, but I don't think I can do it today. It's very heartbreaking.
I must wait. I'm not ready yet.
I am very, very surprised. I'm very surprised at how many people from YouTube are here. There are like 600 plus people from YouTube here. I thought I was going to fire up the YouTube stream and there was going to be like 4 people. So thanks for being here. I have no frame of reference here. Like, who is the top Diablo 4 streamer on YouTube and how many viewers do they have? Or is that even a thing? Like, I don't know anything about streaming on YouTube. Like, is 600 viewers considered a lot? Is that considered none? I have no idea. It seems like a lot to me, but I could be wrong. Say it with me, Rax. Say very nice. I mean, normally I can do it perfectly, but I can't. Like, I'm sick. All right, I'm gonna try. Alright, we're gonna do this. Ready? Very nice. Very nice. What was that? My pop... Oh. Yeah, if that came across about me worrying about my popularity, I'm not asking because I'm worried about my popularity or I need to be #1 or like where am I in the directory. What I meant was I was just genuinely curious. I just don't know. I know a lot about Twitch, you know. I know everything about I'm just curious. I'm interested about just how things work. How popular is YouTube as a platform? Just out of curiosity, not I'm gonna make a Dr. Evil plan after my stream to make sure that I'm #1. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm just asking out of pure curiosity. I drive Blizzard insane whenever we have like meetings. Whenever we have meetings, I am infamous. Like they'll invite whoever, like 5 content creators, and we're gonna have a discussion about whatever leaderboards or season 3 or whatever it is. They always leave a bunch of time at the end to ask questions. And there is absolutely no such thing. If you invite me to the question part, there is no such thing as us running out of questions. Like, we'll go through the 5 content creators, everyone can ask their first and second question. And if people are out of questions, bro, I can ask questions for another 16 straight hours. I got a million questions that I want the answer to. So eventually, once everyone's asked their questions, they're like, okay, Rax, go ahead. They like hate that I'm there. Like, okay, I can't. Okay, end game. Let's talk about the end game. Let's talk about quality of life. Why can't I port to the Tree of Whispers? Hey, Barb and Druid early game leveling sucks. What are we gonna do about it? It's 5 generator swings and then a core skill. It sucks. I'm being carried by the hemomancy power, but I want the actual class to do well. Can't do anything with pulverize without the shockwave power. Will you please put it in the codex? This and that. Bro, I can ask questions for 16 straight hours. Hey, did you know this doesn't work? This is bugged. You know people can't see the chests in Helltide? Yeah, you know about it, but it's really bothering people. Can we get that fixed like tomorrow? Hey, what about this? This doesn't work. Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we talk about this? I mean, they hate me, but this is how I am. Let me ask questions. Believe me, questions are going to be asked. Got a lot of questions. Yeah, they know. It's been going like this for years. Everyone gets a turn with a question or two, and then everyone runs out of questions. And bro, I got questions for days. I got a million questions. Can I be quiet for an hour? If they're presenting something, I don't say anything. Yeah, I can definitely be quiet for an hour. You know, I'll tell you something. When I was a freshman in high school, we have the best speech and debate team for we have a massive high school. There's 2,000 kids that go to our high school. We have the best speech and debate team. We have the best speech and debate team. We win Class A speech and debate every single year, no matter what. We beat everybody. So I had the speech and debate teacher for oral communication. So I knew that this guy was a god, so I knew it was time to listen and learn from this teacher. Like, I knew I was being taught by a grandmaster. And in one of the very first classes, he said, all right, so you guys are freshmen in high school, right? And you guys are going to be in the workforce very soon. So there are massive studies out there about what would an employer, aka your boss, someone who pays your bills, if they could have one thing better from their employees, one thing only, what would they ask for? And there is an overwhelming answer and there's nothing compared to it. Do you think you could tell me what that trait is? We're in oral communication class, so we say, speaking better, and he goes, that's exactly what I thought you guys would say, and that's not the answer. Try again. We're guessing. No one's guessing it. He's like, the number one thing an employer would ask for is listening. If an employer would just listen to the boss, then everything would be solved. That's the thing that they want more than anything. So, I'm going to teach you guys how to listen. Because people suck at listening. And actually, in oral communication, you would think that we spent most of our time learning how to speak. But he said the key to learning how to speak is learning how to listen. And I bet all of you suck at listening. So we did tons and tons of exercises about clearing your mind and actually being an engaged listener instead of an engaged speaker. And he said, now, when you actually enter a debate, you are critically listening to their arguments. This will absolutely help you demolish them in a debate. People are always saying, I will never listen to what the other guy says. I'm preparing my speech and my points, and that's how I'm going to win. It is far more powerful to listen to their points and then deconstruct them live. They will not be able to do this. And if you can, you will win every debate. I was like, man, this guy is a god. No wonder we win every fucking year. So yes, you asked me, Rax, can you shut up and just listen for an hour? Mr. Fickthorn taught me. Yes, shut the hell up and listen. Then when it's time to open my... Does anybody want to talk? Oh yeah, I want to talk. Yeah, everyone is waiting for their turn to speak instead of listening. Listen. What are they actually saying? You can pick up holes in their argument, and then when you can say, hey, you just said this, and your point was this, but that is objectively false, and this is why, and then demolish their point. And then he said, another very strong tactic in speech and debate is to say, you are not listening to me. You're not listening to me. You think that I said ABC, but what I really said was XYZ. So that whole 10-minute speech you did rebuttaling what you thought was rebuttaling my remark wasn't. You didn't listen to what I said. Now on to the next point, and you just, when judges are scoring you in a speech and debate competition, obviously they're trained to listen very well as well. When you're actively listening to what they say and destroying their remarks, and they're just blabbering on, not listening to you, you win every time. Learning to debate, it's like learning to be passive aggressive. Well, it is a competition. When you play soccer, if an opponent comes up to you with the ball and you just very calmly try to twinkle toes, poke the ball away from him, it's never going to work, right? But if you aggressively attack him and try to push him around and take the ball from him, as long as you don't get a yellow card or a foul, you're going to get the ball and you're going to make his life miserable. Same thing with speech and debate. If you go, all right, you give your speech, I'll give mine, we'll have a nice cordial conversation, and well, may the best man win, okay? Have a little handshake beforehand. Maybe we can go get some tea and a McDonald's Happy Meal afterward. I mean, if you approach speech and debate like that, you're going to lose every time. Dragon Vulture, Muddy Thunder. Who do I support in soccer? Arsenal. Because Arsenal flew me, or I got to go to their private box in the stadium. They didn't fly me. My uncle flew me, but I got to go to the private Arsenal stadium. So that's the best. So I root for them. Damn Dirty Ape. Thank you for the Prime. Spurn, Packle, Trillovan, Benji, the Bear Trails. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. On YouTube. Rodney, thank you for the $5, man. We talked about that. What does this button do? Oh, it buys Rax Chipotle. Saras, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thanks for all the subs. Thanks for the likes. Appreciate it, guys. 2 sock gifted membership. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I need to blow my nose. I think it's about time for me to go get more medicine, too. It's about time for more medicine, I think. Is Where NATO still a thing? Oh, yeah. Where NATO will never die. Something. Did I already open this chest or no? I think I already opened it. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. Then we need to go open the other one. It's right here. Sweet. Then I need another about 300 cinders. What was on at BlizzCon today happens in 2.5 hours. We don't know. Well, at least for Diablo. There were other games on BlizzCon. Let me ask you guys a question on YouTube. Do most of you have YouTube Premium where you get no ads?
I'm not ready yet.
Okay. Seems like most people have it. So here's what I understand about YouTube. So on YouTube, you have 3 choices for your ads only. Pick low ads, normal ads, or high ads. Okay, so obviously high ads is not the answer, right? It's just very disruptive and it's stupid. However, if you pick high ads and everybody has premium, well, you don't interrupt their experience at all and you just make more money. So I was like, if everybody has premium, why wouldn't I pick high ads? But I feel like there's a good amount of people that don't have premium, so I don't think I should do it. Yeah, in my opinion, I have YouTube Premium. I think it's worth it. I think the amount of ads on YouTube is insane. I can't watch YouTube unless I have YouTube Premium. I can't do it. It's impossible. They put so many ads in the platform, and I'm expecting the ads to just get worse. what gets you higher attack power. I think just higher eye level weapons. You can here's the thing. It's the wielded weapon and the speed, but attack power doesn't mean anything though. I would never measure that as a way to tell how strong you are. You just have to measure it based upon do you have the right stuff or not. He has Adam Jackson on his stream. Okay, let's listen to that. That should be a good one. Gonna unmute it here.
Or do we make new stuff, right? And then even when we give them existing stuff, how do we twist it?
You
so that
guys hear it
feels
fine?
right? Like when we, Diablo.
It's already
4,
at
we
max
bring back a
volume,
lot
so
of
I can't turn it up.
existing classes with different archetypes.
How's the
right?
volume,
we brought back
guys?
a lot of things that people are familiar with, that have been around for a really long time, but try to put some twists on them, make them feel different, right? I think the Rogue is probably our best example of that at launch.
Yeah, I
where,
guess
like,
the Rogue is probably like, it was a Diablo 1
it was
class.
Diablo 1 class, but
Diablo 1 is very
very
far
long
back.
time ago, right? So
Yeah.
it's kind of open-ended. We have a lot of room for interpretation, and we added, we kept the fantasy of, it's got range and bows and things, but also very quick, very agile, a lot of melee moves. Things like Twisting Blades didn't exist in Diablo 1, right?
Yeah.
So
I think Twisting Blades is probably like, I mean, it's also like one of the most popular builds, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's also like the most iconic, like kind of like new skill. I feel like,
yeah, there was a lot of gameplay attached to it. We actually talked a lot internally about how to make that feel good. It was one of the more interesting, tougher ones, actually. I think the legendary or whatever that makes it spin around you makes it a lot more easy to use. But imagine you didn't have that, and you're just starting with the base skill of, like, you have to hit something, then run away from it so that it hits other things.
I mean, honestly, that's also really cool. Actually,
it is. It adds a lot of gameplay. That's the kind of realm we're thinking of. Like, how do we add stuff that's really different, that makes you play and think differently, but is also good?
I have a question for that. So, have you actually considered making some kind of like exclusive skill effects? Like, for example, there is like this version of Twisting Blades with the spinning blades, and there's like maybe something that you cannot use together with that, but there's like a separate version of like another legendary that would have alter the skill, for example.
Yeah.
So that, for example, it could open up such a, like, back and forth, like, running playstyle. Like, for example, when I play with Twisting Blades, I actually kind of like it when I don't have the spinning blades. I like it with it too, but it's like a very different feel.
It is a very different feel.
Yes.
Right? So, absolutely, that is kind of how we thought about skills initially. When we're first making skills, we don't have all the legendaries and uniques made, right? We're trying to come up with, like, what is a fun way to use and make a skill baseline, and how does it feel? And then we add more and more on top of it, and then even we were open to the idea during development, a lot of like the twisting blade or the spinning blades of like, hey, it completely changed it something different, right?
Listening to Woody and Adam Jackson,
though, even speaking of the
main class designer. Here's the link.
I would say normal twisting blades.
Link
is
is
harder
going
to
in the
use than
chat right
spinning
now.
Blades, kind of obviously, right? Because the normal one, you only have the return to use, so you have to think about your positioning, do all this, 40 chests in your head.
Yeah.
And the spinning ones, they just kind of spin around you and you kill everything, right?
Yeah, it
Ball
does
lightning
like,
has a similar effect, right?
Yeah, it makes it more approachable.
Makes it more approachable. And so one thing that's we kind of struggle with, and this is true not just for Diablo, but any game, is like when you add a modification that makes it more approachable, but if it also makes it stronger, then you've really just kind of made the skill easier to use and better. And that's kind of the real version now.
That's exactly what I mean. Like, for example, now we have Dolmen Stone for the druids with like the spinning boulders, and that basically opens up a whole new build. And yeah, I think before boulder is kind of like a meme, I guess, and now it's actually a build. But it would be interesting to see if there was like a
volume's too low.
Like a third version.
I can turn it up 10%.
I'd say I'm totally open to that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a matter of first getting the
Like,
second version for
that's
every
the loudest
skill.
I can put it. Is that
so we
better?
don't give like one skill all the love and then not
Is that
anything
better?
else,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
But very open to the idea. Yeah, it's something that we're jazzed about doing. I think it's design.
That's the max volume I can put it at.
Yeah.
I'm at 100 and 100.
I mean, I don't know like how you approach, like, for example, the expansion design. Like, I'm sure you're gonna add like more skills, for example, for classes also as well. I see that does have happened in like Diablo 3, like or in Diablo 2, right? There were new skills added for existing classes. I guess you're gonna see something like that as well. But have you also considered, for example, expanding the skill trees, like the number of upgrades or like the depth of upgrades? Is that something you're looking into?
Yeah, I'll say it's nothing to announce,
Yeah.
but it is absolutely something that we've thought about. We actually went through a lot of iteration of the existing skill tree, even to get where we are.
Yeah.
Kind of what I alluded to earlier, like we always fight with ourselves. I think we will forever, by the way. Not new to Diablo, but like balancing complexity and depth and making sure that the game, especially for Diablo 4, we want it to be approachable for people that have never played a Diablo game, but also has a lot of meat for people like you that have played a lot of old Diablo games or have just a lot of experience in the RPG space, right? So the skill tree actually went through, even up until release, like a lot of iteration where we had a lot of different versions of more complex, more simple, how do we get the depth but keeping it very approachable. We went through a lot of UI work to make it very, especially when you're like level 1, like choosing those first few skills and upgrades, very easy to understand. Like, these are the fantasies I'm chasing for my class, and then these are the upgrades. Don't die. But you're hardcore right now, right?
He is at BlizzCon.
So you got to be a lot more careful than me. I got to keep an eye on this too.
I almost ripped my rogue actually on the first run because it was a kind of scuffed setup and stuff.
Like, yeah, this is different from Maxroll. We're like, oh wait, you got to really be careful.
Yeah.
But
okay, someone is asking, did you actually kill Lilith with your level 100?
Not yet. I was playing yesterday. Then I had to get ready for stuff today. We have a lot of like rehearsals and practice and things to get ready for BlizzCon, so I didn't get that much time. But I just hit 100 a couple days ago. I'm haven't done her yet. I'm also doing her, I guess you'd call it an ethical build, I think is what you say when you do it. So I'm not doing any one-shots, nothing like that. I'm playing a Berserking Upheaval Barb. So I'm taking the Berserking key passive.
Out of Unconstrained, you mean?
Yep, no overpower whatsoever.
Sounds ethical enough, a little. Yeah.
No, something enough. So it's a real fight, and it's pretty fun. I love the fight. I think it's crazy fun.
Me too. Yeah.
There's some rough edges that I talk about with the team sometimes, but I think it's really well designed and really fun. So
yeah, that's cool.
Still working on it. I got to the very end of phase 2, you know, where you're on the one little platform and she like covers all but the little strip.
Yeah.
I thought I was in the little strip and then I wasn't and I died. I'm like, I was like right there.
Okay. Oh, you get it.
We'll get it.
Yeah, I see like some question in chat, guys. So. Obviously Adam can't spoil like really crazy details about the expansions or something like that.
Yeah, you can try. I'm trying. I feel bad because I'm gonna be mean. They're like, no.
And also like about the season 2 stuff and the season 3 stuff. I guess you're gonna hear a lot more later.
Gonna hear more later, more details. Yep.
The campfire is like I think an hour.
I'm gonna ask Woody.
After my stream, guys.
Yeah, it's like right after. So unfortunately, you're like right at the edge of I can't say the season 2 stuff.
Should have delayed the stream a little bit more.
But I talk a lot about the past.
I added Woody and I told him to ask about SSF.
Balance design pillars or how we think about that kind of stuff. I'm very open.
Rax is here. Ask about SSF. Can you say anything about SSF? I guess it's probably more a question for Shaley or so.
Yeah, I think that's higher up than me.
If you're involved with that.
Not involved in the decision making related to that. I know there's a desire for it. I could say that, but
yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're aware. And
yeah,
let's see, maybe. I mean, someone else had Joe Shield interview. Maybe they actually said something about it. So I
think somebody else does have him on the stream today. So
yeah, so maybe we'll hear something there, or maybe. I mean, there's like going to be the campfire. Like we're going to take questions again, right?
They are going to be taking questions.
Yeah,
there,
maybe we're going to hear something there.
They're taking community questions there.
Yeah. But hi Rax, by the way.
Yeah, hi Rax. Yeah, good to see you. I'm sad you're not here. I would have loved to have met you in person.
Yeah.
Next year. Next year.
Yeah. In any case, can you tell us more about like how do you approach like seasonal design of classes?
Yeah.
Like, for example, about that. How to make new builds, new items like the Dome and Stone. Like how do you feel about the meta, for example, and these kind of things? So that would be
I could go a very long time, but I'll just answer anything specific and go off on my own tangents. So I guess we'll start with the meta.
Supposed to
right
be
now,
here.
It's a good starting point for a lot of conversations, I think, right? So the meta right now, as far as I see it, and I think a little bit of the team is, we went to season 2, or I'll give a little history lesson. I like giving history lessons. I'm a teacher naturally. If you didn't know, I used to teach martial arts before I did anything at Blizzard.
Adam Jackson used to teach martial arts?
Yeah,
this guy's a god.
I love, all that kind of stuff.
We're listening to Woody. Woody at BlizzCon talking.
So coming into season 2, we were really nervous because, as you know,
Woody
we updated like all
you guys
the
know
combat
Woody?
of the game. Right?
Certainly, you guys know Woody,
crit,
right?
Vuln, resistances.
Yeah, that was a huge
tuning of all the monsters, tuning of the players, like everything, right?
Yeah.
Added new scaling, so like there's just a lot going on. So we knew like
This is what
getting
we're
into the
look,
weeds
guys.
of that much upheaval of
Woody
stats
live
and
at
things, that
BlizzCon
there's
with
a high
Adam
chance
Jackson.
that we could miss somewhere, right? So we had kind of goals and pillars of what do we want the game to actually feel like, and that's where we start with like a lot of our conversations. And some decisions that we came to was one, and I think we hit this, is we wanted most of the, or pretty much all of the games.
They're just
to be
low
able to be
drop rates. They're
completed
not
by
uber uniques.
pretty much any main build that a class has, like main fantasy. And what I mean by main fantasy is like, let's take the
like
Druid,
Blood
for example.
Necro,
Yeah, like
Bone Necro.
Blood Necro, Bone
Yeah.
Necro, Shadow
Okay.
Necro, Army Necro, right? Like that. Like everything in the game should be able to be done. Now, it will be easy on some more than others because there's different power levels of classes and builds, as you know. But it should be done.
This is the
And I think
lead
we nailed
class
that.
design of Diablo
The
4.
part that is forever difficult that I don't know we'll ever completely nail is like the power level difference between classes, right? Like in our minds, in a perfect world, we would want like all classes to be within a barrier. Like everything's within here. It's okay if like one build is here and one build is here, but if the game difficulty is like here in the middle or closer to here, it's fine. But what we end up with is a lot of things are here, and then some things
And then
that
there's
Woody
barbs.
figures out are here, right? And we've got like the Lightning Stork and Hoda Barb and some versions of Upheaval and Deathblow and some other things that I'm sure I don't even know yet.
I guess like one big reason why the barbs are so crazy right now is because of the overpower synergies that actually do something now, and we're unchanged.
I will say it was one of my balance designers, one of the ones that did a lot of the overpower rework, came to us was like, hey, I think overpower is gonna be really good, and we're like, you know what?
Yeah.
It's never been really good yet. Ship it. We'll figure it out. We try to balance it. Of
Okay,
course,
so
but,
they knew.
It's okay.
They
if
knew
we're
that
off.
overpower was
and
going to do
one
this.
point, 15% damage. I mean, it's pretty good.
Pretty good. That's why I said I'm not doing overpower. I knew, but yeah. So some builds end up, and it's really hard because Diablo is a very multiplicative game by nature. Yeah, that one. So
one of the examples there.
Yeah. So when we're off by a certain amount, like I came from Heroes of the Storm when I worked on it, so I did a lot of live service type of games, like live updates, balance, and stuff like that. And in those games and many others, like when you're off, you're usually off by like imagine in normal Heroes 1, and a really good Heroes like 1.2, maybe 1.3 if we're really off. In Diablo, that's like another day in the office of being off by 1.2. You're usually off by like 5 or something, right? Like the multipliers, because you'll be off in one place by 10% here, and then 20% there, and 30% somewhere here, and then when you mix it all, it goes to like 300%.
Yeah, I think actually like the overall design of the game is like it's like structured in a way that things don't like run really out of control, because
we tried. We actually overhauled the combat math a couple times related to this.
I mean, also like for example, like
that.
with the number of offensive aspects you can have on a build, and the stats.
We do have limitations. Yeah.
Exactly. So it kind of evens out no matter what kind of build you're doing. But every now, for example, you started adding like very offensive armor uniques, and you have like more multipliers that way, and. Okay, you have to kind of choose which ones you're gonna take, but people are gonna try to cram them all in, right?
They always want to cram in, one shots what everybody wants to do.
Rax
They always
have
try
what
to
on
do
his
that.
channel?
No
What are you looking for?
Try and do that, right? Which I don't blame them. That's fun. It's cool.
Yeah, okay. I mean, this is how it works, I guess.
End fees. What are you looking for?
Yeah, you're kind of shifting this like typical like defensive item to like an offensive slot, basically like this one here.
Yep, I'm wearing that one too.
Exactly. It's a good item, but on the other hand. Yeah, I guess there's also still reasons for a normal item, so as long as there's like enough balance, it's fine, I guess.
Enough, it's hard, yeah. I would say one thing that I've kind of learned coming from like a PvP game like Heroes to something like Diablo 2 or Diablo 4.
We're gonna scroll a bit because there are some questions.
Oh yeah, totally.
Oh, by the way, someone here highlights that the game is awesome right now. Keep the good work.
I love it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. Tile asks, how is accessibility design integrated in the seasonal design? Do you know something about that?
Yeah, I guess it depends on what you mean by accessibility. Like
it is Woody. It's Woody talking.
That's a very ambiguous
Adam
word. I can mean like specifically like like people that want to use different formats of playing the game, or if you're disabled, or you talk about like just general like casual versus competitive. So I don't know exactly what they mean by that, but I'll just take a stab and talk about just like making sure that the content's kind of available to everybody. And that's kind of a little bit what I alluded to earlier of like, our main goal was like everything should be done by everyone. And we do try and make the game in such a way, and we do this also from like controls and other standards of we want this to be, we go really wide with Diablo, of trying to get a lot of people that they can play.
It's
you know,
an
you don't have to
easy
be an
build
expert like you
with
or
minimal
familiar with
button
games a
presses,
lot
Blood
to be
Surge,
able
Necro.
to not only get in, but also
Run
to
to the
do
middle,
well
Blood
in
Surge,
modern
everything
important
dies.
that, you know, people can actually get somewhere, right?
It is,
They don't
and-
necessarily have to like beat like, the hardest challenge in the game or something, but as long as they, you know, they get through the game, they can see the stuff, you know, that's good,
Yeah,
right? So-
like one of our core balance pillars we had. It was actually the very first pillar that we made. That I have everyone that joins our team, they have to watch this presentation I made about it. And the very first one is called, the pillar was accessibility through the campaign. And that was the idea. It was more applied when we launched, but you know, we have this new campaign. A ton of people are going to come in that have never played a Diablo game or an ARPG before. We need to make sure that there is a way that they can get through that is intuitive, that all of them can get through it. Because it would be crushing. Imagine that you're like trying to get into a new genre and like you can't even beat the main story. Like that'd be terrible experience, right? So
Yeah,
that's
so
why we had like the 2 difficulty modes there.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
one
It's
that's
like-
veteran for people like you and I that played a lot, and then something for someone that's never done it before. And that's why we revamped the skill tree so many times. Same thing, of like your first choices are very limited and you're just picking a fantasy. And that's kind of why, like we do think about that a lot.
Can we
Of
go back
course,
to the first
something
choices
that's
for
more
Druid and
interesting, as I
Barb?
talk about a lot with the team, like the life cycle
You have
of
to
the game,
take Lunging
is
Strike,
that you start off kind of there of like you want to
and
grab
all
a lot
of the
people and make
Druid
it very
generators
accessible.
blow.
And then the needs of your player base change over time, and we're already seeing that with Season 2, with like Diablo 4 of Zier, where, you know, and our goal of Season 2 of making the game accessible, like every build can beat like Uber Lil if it's possible, right?
Yeah.
But of course,
Yeah,
the
Diablo-
downside of that,
yeah.
the flip side of that is like, oh, I've done it, now what? I'm
Yeah,
bored,
exactly.
I need something. Give me something to do now,
Yeah,
right?
the Albatross
So
here
if
is
it's too
basically
easy,
come in
you need
exactly there,
something.
right?
Huh?
The Albatross here is gonna come in exactly there. Like
Yeah, that
you're done,
exactly.
and,
That is a
you go one
targeted thing
step
of a
in.
need we know of like, hey, people like you that play a ton and streamers or even just really hardcore people that want to challenge themselves. We know that you need something to use this gear against. I talk about this all the time with the systems team and other people like, hey, I really don't want to fall off this game because I get all this cool stuff and I have nothing to actually challenge myself with. I am that player too, very much so.
Yeah, it's a bit of an issue right now, but I'm really
Yeah,
glad that
and
something is coming there.
it's aware on the radar, and we're working on more stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because
And I mean, we're just in season 2, so you know, like the game is fresh, and yeah,
Dude,
okay, of course.
my
it's
Barbarian
more
just
advanced,
shits
like,
on
you know,
everything.
100
Like, I'm
hours
just
and
not
like,
challenged
I
at all.
love the blast.
Barbarian
I learned
rules.
just how much you
These
all
guys are
freaking
Yeah,
love
13
the
levels
blast.
higher
Yeah,
than me.
get
It makes
through it,
no
right, but
difference. They can't do
We
anything
actually
to
had a
me.
good question here.
Sure, totally.
From
Yeah,
Seth
sorry.
here.
I love to talk a lot.
Yeah, okay, so was there at some point of development a situation where weapon types were more open among classes? And if so, what caused the decision to make the constraint into specific classes?
Adam Jackson
Yeah,
is one of
thanks.
us.
When
Pulverize
I
is
joined
also
I
another
joined the
really
team
good
a little
one.
bit
Yeah,
later
you
on,
just
like a couple years
pulverize and
before
everything
release,
dies.
and
That's
they
a
had
good
already
one.
decided the weapon types that were limited. So I actually can't give a great answer to that question. To be someone that maybe knows more about the history of when the classes were originally stood up. I do know that a lot of the ways that we constrain things generally isn't because we like just constraint, but it's for 2 reasons. The first is usually fantasy driven, of like we want you to feel like a specific thing, and so having stuff equipped, having skills of that type, having things like that matters a lot, particularly when you launch the game. Again, kind of that accessibility thing, but like when we
Yeah,
launch,
I
it's very
guess-
important that the classes feel different from one another, and that
Yeah.
means that they have to be more constrained in a box.
Yeah.
You know, Barbarian needs to feel like Barbarian, very physical. Not a ton of elemental stuff going on.
Just
Charging,
pretty good
kicking,
gloves.
you know, things like that. And then Sorcerer, you
By
got
the way, I'm
elements, but
missing
they,
one
you
of
know,
my
Sorcerers don't have
powers. I'm
access to
missing a
shadows,
pig.
For example. And, you know, as the game goes on, I think we can flex a little more on that because, you know, I'm going to go into this, like, the life cycle of a game. When you launch, it's very important to be a little bit more rigid so that people can understand the fantasies they're chasing and the builds they're chasing and be a little more clear.
Yeah.
This is actually where the idea of the key passives came in. We had a lot of debate about that, I remember internally. Like, do we want to have key passives? I'm actually one of the ones that really pushed for it, and that's why it's in, is because it was important to the team that we had, like, a North Star for players to see of, like, you log in, I want to be a werewolf. I see the key passive there, and it says, like, hey, your attack speed turns into crit. That's basically what it says. And they're like, oh, I like attack speed, and I like crit. Now I have, like, stats I think I know I care about. I have things I'm going towards, and I have a fantasy of, like, hey, there's a werewolf build and things in there that I can do.
Yeah, I think the key guys do a pretty good job at giving you some direction, basically. of
They
the build,
do.
right?
There's a downside to this, though, is that the more direction you give, the more you funnel players into that. And that's kind of the impetus of that weapons question. Same idea of, like, when we don't
Darius,
let everyone
thanks
use
for
everything, we are
becoming
kind
a
of
member,
telling
my
you,
friend,
hey,
on
you got to use
YouTube.
this thing.
Appreciate
So
you.
we're always pushing and pulling in that, right?
Thank
Of
you for
like,
the
Just need, like,
Prime
just need,
anti
some extra
Jax.
key
Do you think
passes for Barb,
Helltides
one
should be
one
up
for
all the
bare
time?
fists and one for a shield.
It's a tough
I'm
question,
down
man.
to add more. The big thing about
It would be
D4 is that
nice
the launch version
if they
is
were
our
up,
foundation, and we're very willing to
but it would be
add
bad
more, rework,
because then it doesn't make
reinvent,
their
Yeah,
materials
the
feel
cool part-
rare.
things.
It's a
the
tough
really cool
decision.
part about key passes is that if you ever add more, like on their own, they can already create like 5 new builds or something.
Yep.
So that's the
Goosemaster
really cool part.
T3
It's
for
just
3
one
years.
extra
We
What a
point.
tried a
god,
lot to
man.
keep them
Thank you,
open-ended because
Goosemaster.
that is something we go into
Gremlin,
that we
not-
struggle with. Is like if
Hey,
you get too
Jay,
targeted,
Dragon.
that's the only thing you're going to care
Thank
about.
you for
And
the
if they're too
subs, guys. I
powerful, that's the
appreciate
only
it.
thing you care about. So there's a balance there.
Yeah.
That can be tough to hit, but
Appreciate
yeah,
you
those are our
guys.
goals.
Okay. There's a question. Do they plan to make more items that totally change the playstyle, like the Hurricane Boulder thing?
Yeah, I love those items. Of course, absolutely.
Yeah. I would actually expect that as well. Like you kind of like have like all base builds, and then like there's like going to be more end game stuff.
Getting
and
more
maybe
life,
unlock,
guys.
like,
That means
Cobblestone
our
or
chemo's
similar
doing more
fashion,
damage.
I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. We love making that kind of stuff. It's a matter of like
Can we get like a spinning grenade tornado?
just a bunch of grenades blowing up around you. I mean, well, I'm down. The rule of cool. I forget who said that, but yeah, if something's cool, we want to do it. Yeah, I'm very open to doing that. It's a matter of like
People like spinning things,
Yeah, that's another thing though. Is that like how long can we get away with spinning stuff before it starts to become
Can you get to
samey
someone
and boring,
specific
right?
on YouTube?
I
don't know.
Right?
We're good right
Can you?
now, but I'm aware that I'm a big fan of like adding more vectors of damage and interesting things. I'm not a fan of like when everything's like a circular AoE or only a skill shot line. Like I'm motivated
Oh
to make
no.
new
Ghost Runner
vectors
now
of,
is gifting memberships on YouTube.
damage delivery, I guess is a good way to put it, right? Like more interesting
maybe,
things.
Yeah, maybe you should take
He
another
always
look at
finds a
Pokemon
way,
Go,
man.
Just saying.
We could take another look. I look at these
Thank
things
you,
a
Ghost
lot,
Runner,
so.
the guy.
Okay, but yeah. I mean,
This is Ghost
there's
Runner
like
guy.
lots of options, I think. Like,
I think so. Yeah, no, the sky's the limit. The only limit is our imagination, and then even the player's imagination, because you all give us feedback all the time. And he's like, "Yeah, that sounds cool. Let's do it." Like that's easy.
okay,
Gotta
how do you
refresh
go
this.
about
This is
actually
not
like deciding, for example, between legendaries and uniques? Like,
Tusock gifted
where
5
do
as
the
well.
uniques exactly come in?
He gifted
versus,
6
okay, we want to
actually.
do the legendary power that is more accessible. Like, is there
Yeah,
like
like what's a legendary, what's a unique power type.
Thank
of
you
thing.
guys.
exactly.
I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
so goes back a
You
little bit
found
to
the
talking
button.
about limitations. This is kind of an advantage of having some limitations on things, is that uniques have some unique or special limitations that other items don't, right? Their affixes are fixed. They cannot be anything else than what they are. They can only go on a certain slot. And what that means is that even though it sounds constraining, it actually opens up our design space and creativity.
Yeah, I
because
can see that
it
with
gives us
druids,
the
for
ability
example,
to give
right?
you stuff that
Yeah.
we know isn't going to mess with other stuff in a specific way.
Yeah,
And that
exactly.
means we can make it stronger or more crazy. As an example,
Yeah, the druids, I
we-
think, is the best example.
yeah, Druid's a good
The
example
helms
of
and
this.
chests.
Yeah, where we can make exclusive things, and because we know that they're exclusive, we don't have to worry about those powers mixing together, and that means we can make them really crazy or really special on their own, or make things that couldn't mix otherwise, right?
Dang it.
Yes.
Bugged out.
Yeah, I mean that's I can definitely see
That's
that
a
point.
way.
But outside of like the the mixing and matching, is there like any other like decision making that goes into that? So, like
Yeah,
okay,
there-
this is going to be a unique power now, and you
Yeah,
know,
generally,
sometimes I
yeah.
feel like okay, this could be a legendary too, and I'm like, yeah,
Yeah, so I'll go through a little bit of a history lesson with you, I guess, on uniques, because that's a good point. So when we originally designed uniques, we actually didn't design them with the goal of them being stronger than legendary powers. We actually very specifically did not want to do that. And actually, future Adam is going to have a problem now that we had a decision to go back and make them really cool and powerful. And I can explain that a little bit. So, yeah, originally uniques, we meant to have them have slot restrictions, but their power level was actually the budget that we had was about the same as a legendary. And the reason why we did that was we were afraid that if we make uniques way more strong, then everyone is only going to want uniques now, and legendaries are going to fall off, and then every build is going to be like, all your slots
Yeah,
are uniques,
a
and
list of
then we all
uniques.
look the same, because
yeah.
right now that's not really a problem, because like, I'll use Fireball Sork as
I
an
mean,
example.
we're kind of getting there, honestly, right?
This is what I get at, is that like, you have 2 Fireball uniques, right, that specifically talk to Fireball. You've got the 3-shot and the bouncing. But imagine 5 years from now, we
Good to have you
think
here,
ahead.
Jesse. Appreciate you, man.
Game developers.
Happy to be on
But
YouTube,
imagine
buddy.
we have like 10 Fireball uniques down the line. And now you can mix all of them, and now every fireball sword is literally exactly the same, and they can't even manipulate their stats if you
Yeah,
keep it
or
that way.
you make like more gloves for a fireball, right?
Exactly.
So
Or
instead
this
of
is
the
the advantage of it. It's like,
yeah.
oh, they're all gloves. And then it's like you
Yeah,
get like 5
exactly.
different fireball gloves. It's a little silly,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
we
And
can
this
live
is
with
how,
that.
This
but
is how you can like diversify. You know,
I
even small
honestly
skill,
can't
right? With,
hear
like,
them. They're
different
both like
behavior,
talking over
fireball
each other.
gloves, so, you know, if you
I
play a
wish they would
fireball
let
sword,
each
you have to
other
play the
finish a
gloves.
little
Yep,
bit
and
more.
that's just kind of what it is.
I wanna
And that
hear
is our
both of their
short-term answer
points.
to this problem. That's why I don't think we're completely there yet. But now that we've decided to make uniques really strong, that is going to be a future us problem. And even like you said a little bit now, we're like, hey, the best, because uniques have a higher power budget, all the slots you can get them in, if it makes sense for your build, you probably want it, unless the legendary has some synergy that is kind of different that you just really want or need, right? So legendaries are a lot more malleable, and we know that. You know, you can move them around different slots. You can, they can have different stats as well, so you could get like all the best of slot stats that you want, whereas a unique maybe not.
Yeah.
That's also why we kind of targeted stats as a place to make unique items feel really unique. We can give you things that don't exist.
Yeah, I think
But sometimes you want the things that do exist in the legendary power. Like maybe 4 best in slot things that are normal for that slot is actually better than the wacky thing we put there. Right?
Yeah, what I actually like about the uniques, like this is actually a good example here. So, you know, because this is a very powerful item.
Yep.
But it has, you know,
Potion capacity.
it has
Yep.
at least 2 stats that no one wants.
Yep.
And in some cases free. And it has 1 good stat. Yeah, but it's still an item that everybody
Yep.
wants. And that's kind of cool part about it, because
That's by design.
yeah, exactly, because you can have like a really powerful effect that people really want, but it's like it has these trash stats. But these are stats that still you can feel them, right?
They give you power. I mean, like potion capacity is convenient.
Yeah, I would
right?
never
Like,
roll
Yeah,
it myself, but I am forced to have it here, and I like it.
wish
you
they
know, I
would
like
let
having
each other
it, but I would
finish.
never use it otherwise.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the cool thing about uniques, I believe, where
I agree, and I'm
you're
a fan of that
forced to
part
have
of
a
it,
certain
too.
thing, like.
And we kind of give you problems to deal with. Of like, oh, if you have less defensives because you took this offensive thing here, now you got to get it somewhere else. So now how do I put together the puzzle piece? And that was kind of our intent with uniques.
You'd like a belt slot. I have actually thought about like adding more slots, like people
Slots for what?
for
Inventory,
equipment.
build,
No,
equipment
belts or
slots.
like, you know.
I'll say nothing to announce now. Haven't thought about it a ton. We have a little bit, but like it's scary because things like extra slots or like extra skills on your bar, for example, people are talking a lot about that at launch. Of like, I want an ultimate only button. Like we can
I
do
know.
those things technically, but like they're really scary when it messes with the power budget of everything, the complexity of everything. Like they're more foundational changes that I think you could see someday probably, but it's a bigger deal than I think a lot of people think sometimes, and it can be a little bit more risky, but definitely not off the table, I would say.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I also heard exactly these comments about the ultimate ability button and stuff like that, but on the other hand, there's also so many builds that just don't have an ultimate, and you know, I think this is like it's cool that there's a choice. So at least personally, I'm kind of like on board with that.
Yeah.
And I would not really want to feel like forced into.
But that's exactly the point,
Yeah,
though.
that's the thing, and we
But
talk
that's
about this
exactly
a
the
lot of,
point.
Yeah.
Some builds
there's a
don't
lot
get
of
an
things that people
ultimate.
want,
The whole
but they don't
point is to
realize that
give
when we
every
give it
build
to
an
you,
ultimate.
we will, if
I
it's
thought that
good,
was the
we're gonna
entire point.
force you now to learn how to use it and play with it, and now you have to optimize, and that makes the game more complicated for everybody.
I
Is the
thought that
team
was the
actually,
entire
like, happy with like
point.
how generally like people make builds? Like, is this what you envisioned? Like, okay, we have like 1 core skill, that's your main ability. You put it in a bunch of supporting stuff. You have triple shouts or not, or you know, like how did you actually envision this? Like, for example, basic versus core skills versus maybe having a second core skill. You know, there's like some rogue builds, for example, there's Flurry RF or Penshot RF. And is that something that you envision to be that way, or some other way?
Generally, I'd say
See if
it's
I can
our
survive
vision.
this.
Our goal was that most
made it
builds
very hard
would follow a certain path, and then people can deviate once they get legendaries and uniques and get late game, and also as they get more creative. Like, I'm totally down, for example, for builds that don't have any basic skill, or builds that make the basic skill their main way of doing damage, or you know, other similar, or 2 core skills. Like, I love that creativity. We definitely made the game with that in mind.
Yeah, I remember like very early on, like we had these gameplay trailers or like the rogue class trailer, and you know, in the trailer they actually showed off like, you know, 4 different core skills in one clip, right? It was like rapid fire there, some twisty blades there, some flurry there. But I mean, this is not how the game is played.
Yeah, that was
But,
early on. We've changed a lot of our philosophies as we got through the game.
But
Yeah,
on
as
the
we
other
ironed
hand,
out things,
I think we
but-
talked about this at another point sometime. Like, you know, for example, like the stalk problem with all the defensive skills. It's like, okay, like you have this one main skill, and then you have like defense, 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 defense.
Yeah,
because
and I
it's
was
just-
gonna get to that part, like you're alluding to, of like
Yeah.
most things I'm very happy with. The part where I think we get a little more grumpy maybe is like when the only way to play every build, you have to have multiple slots be the same thing. And I think that's a little less healthy for the game, right? Like, you know, like you mentioned, 3 defensive skills on the sword or 3 shout skills for the barb, where like, if it has too much representation, where like all the builds, no matter what like key passive or what fantasy you're chasing, they all
Someone
do
is
it.
asking about it right now. If you're planning to change the most boring Barb triple shout meta.
Yeah.
Well, guys,
So-
I got good news for you. I changed it already. Just
Yeah, see, you're not running triple
type
shout, it's
exclamation mark
fine.
build.
Yeah.
Okay.
To be fair, I ran 2 shouts for 99% of the game, so you know it's fine. But yeah, it's the shout one's
Yeah, that was
dicey because
a
the thing
precarious
too is that like
situation.
we're careful about if we want to change something like triple defensive or triple shout, of doing it in a way where people that like that don't feel like we just like slap them like, no, don't do that. We don't like it, right? Like,
Yeah.
we don't want to make it impossible.
It's okay, I
or
love
really
Woody,
bad.
I
We
love
just wanna
Adam
make it
Jackson. I just wish
not optimal
I want to
every
hear
single
both of their
Yeah,
Right, I'll
points.
tell you my suspicions. I don't have complete answers yet, but like because they're very hard problems actually to solve. Because the thing about defensives and shouts is that they're only cooldown based, so they don't cost your main resource. They give you some type of utility that's very desirable, usually defensives and things like that's how you get through your dungeons, right? And they're also highly synergistic with one another. Like triple shout, we put in a lot of things in the skill tree. If I could go back, I'd probably do a little differently. Of like, you know, there's a lot of things in Paragon skill tree and legendaries that say all your shouts get this benefit, or when you cast any shout, get this benefit, and that naturally tells you as a player, well,
Use
I
all the
get way
shouts,
more
yeah.
benefit to use all of them rather than
Yeah.
just one. If I could go back and do it again, I would have like targeted one so that you know, like your fantasy, if you want to be a challenging shark bout.
I mean,
shout
this can still be an
barb.
option, right? You can literally have like an effect that says if you have only one shout active, then do that.
Correct,
or whatever,
and that's
right?
kind of like the realm that we're probably going to explore to solve those problems. We need to be careful of how we do it. I feel like no matter what, there will be a little bit of pain, which I never like to do, but we'll see. We're still figuring out. You know, we talk about it a lot. It's a
I
tough
mean, you
problem
don't have to
solve.
like completely kill the other options, right? So
Yeah.
That's also good.
So that's how we think about it.
yeah, but have you also considered like some synergies to add, for example, for like we have double core skill builds, but what about like quadruple core skill builds or something? Like like
I think it's
The
cool,
Diablo
yeah.
stuff happens in
full,
2 hours,
like,
guys.
martial
You didn't miss
arts,
anything.
like press all the buttons, and in the right moment, it just feels like you always have this like one main skill, and that's it, and it would be really cool to actually have.
Yeah,
like,
motivating you to have more core skills, I definitely think is and I think that's actually a more interesting puzzle to solve because like unlike defensives and shouts and these like I'm not gonna call them free because they have cooldowns but pretty close to it. Like managing multiple spenders presents a more unique problem where you have to now think about your resource a lot more. And I like those types of options where we give you a puzzle to solve and then reward you for solving the puzzle very heavily. And multiple core skills kind of does that naturally because now you're like, oh, I have to get a lot of my resource and manage it in a different way where I can like bounce between them. or
Yeah,
whatever,
exactly.
right?
I guess it's
And
like
that's kind of cool.
like for something like that, it's like always important to have like these very strong synergies that buff like multiple things at once, right? So for example, Grass of Shadow. I don't want to say it's a good item, but it gives you ranks to all core skills. So that's
Yep.
like kind of like the stuff that you're looking for, right? Instead of having like 4 individual rolls on a glove or something like that, you need those keys kind of things that actually work for multiple things at once, so that you actually have scaling.
Yeah, very much by design, that
But,
one. And we do kind of sometimes we put little nuggets of things, and like maybe it doesn't work now, but if we make
I
something in
go
the
for
future,
all
there's
this
like
life.
we talk a lot about.
And I have
no,
a
you try very
bajillion
hard with
life.
grenades.
We're trying.
Teemo's
We really
gonna
want
dominate.
people to do it. It's gonna be good. Trust me.
Okay, I'm
but yeah.
excited to see the ring actually for rogues. I wonder if that's going to be a grenade one or if it's going to be improvement or what.
We'll
But,
have to wait and see.
yeah, we'll
There
see.
is
I guess you're
something.
going to see them all later,
You're
right?
gonna- yep, you will see all of those later. So
Okay,
you'll get
yeah.
to see what all the rings do.
Yeah, I'm excited for
can
those.
say Yeah.
Okay, let me just check
Yeah, totally.
the chat ability. What else you got? Is there a chance of permanently keeping extracted aspects? Someone is asking.
Permanently keeping them.
I
So
guess
you
for
could
like,
keep, you could keep
inventory
plugging them into other
management.
places. I would say we've heard the feedback and we're aware of what people want to do there.
All right. Okay. In general, like, how do you feel about some builds that are like?
Is
really
your hemo
old?
one-shotting everything, Ruckus, with your
Feel actually
18k
like
life?
bugs or
What's the
whatever,
best level
like
for
just
Nightmare
like
Dungeon
exceeded
for
expectations?
X level?
Yeah.
Whatever,
what's your,
the
like,
highest level that you
general,
can
like,
just
idea about
destroy.
how to handle this.
Yeah, I will say this is one of those areas that even like since launching the game in season 1, we've kind of had some growth and learnings from.
The highest
So-
level that you just
Yeah,
can
I
just
remember, like,
run
when
through
like,
very
launch
quickly
happened,
is
and
the
then
answer.
Day 2, like Bobs were like mega nerfed, and like
If you can do plus
hit almost
10,
every
then
class, I think
that's
it's a
good.
point.
If you can
There
do
was- every
10
other
levels
day,
higher
someone
than your
would link
level,
me stuff
that's
like, hey,
a
Woody did
good
this. Hey, somebody else did
number.
this. Hey, somebody did this. Like,
The
really,
monsters
again?
being
Okay.
10 levels
So,
higher than you.
one
So
thing that
right
we
now
kinda
they are
learned is that,
13 higher than me in
So
this
actually,
run.
yeah, we'll go back to that, the history lesson. Like,
22 common points is fine. I agree with that, by the way.
yeah, fine. 22. Good number of combo points to have. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when we launched the game, you know, we had this idea that we wanted the builds. Of course, we want the builds to be within this realm, right? And anything that came out, we really wanted to get back in because we had this like pinnacle Uber Lilith content that we wanted to like be a brand of kind of the fights we could design and how hard the game could be and the ways that you would overcome it, right? And then, of course, we got bugged builds or even just oversights because, again, like I said before, it's very easy to be off by a lot of power in this game because there's so many multiplicative inputs. And I could get into a whole other speech of why we have it that way and why it's good for the game, but we'll do that later. But yeah, so things crop up that are like really, really crazy good, right? And so how do we feel about it? At first, we really wanted to bring things in line so that everything's in this realm that is really healthy and has a good ecosystem where you feel like there's a lot of builds and you don't always want to play the same one. A natural thing for, I think, a developer and a player to want, right? But then we found that after we...
It's still like a very dangerous thing now. For example, we're talking about ball lightning. You know, like, people have been playing ball lightning now for a few weeks, and you know, this is like the thing, and everyone likes it. Like, people like it, right?
Yeah.
And of course, it's like so powerful that, you know, when I want to start a Sork this season, I wasn't planning to really play ball lightning.
There's a lot of gravitational pull to say, hey, play ball lightning.
There's really gravitational pull for ball lightning. Yeah, and it's like, should I really try not playing a ball lightning Sork? You know, this is like, you know.
And this is the downside of leaving it in forever, right? So this is kind of where we're at now, is that like, so at first we're like, okay, we want to fix it because it makes sense to. But then we learned like people got really unhappy because like, and I see it from the player point of view, like every time we find something cool, you know, bad guy Adam just nerfs it again. Like, that's not how you want like
I thought it's
your
like bad guy
experience to be.
Joe Pipora.
Yeah, or bad guy Joe, bad guy. Well, there's a lot of Joes, a lot of Adams. Take your pick.
Does Joe Pipora actually have like, you know, like a physical like nerf bat somewhere in his office or something? I could imagine actually.
He might, not anymore. I'll tell you that. But
need to gift him one.
but yeah, so we started there, and you know, it wasn't working very well. So then we kind of were like, okay, we're gonna stop for a bit and be hands off, and we, you know, let things go through. But of course, we knew this would happen, but like if you leave things in for too long, then people start to question, first of all, like, is it a bug or is it intended? You can't tell if Blizzard leaves it in forever. And then two, like, if it dominates them enough for too long, you don't feel that shift and you feel like, oh, every build's kind of the same. There's no point in experimentation because we already know it's the best because it's so much better than everything else. Neither of those things are healthy for the long-term health of the game, right? I think Bulwark Druid's an example of that. Like, it was in for a really long time, and then we had to fix it, but, you know, it's like, doesn't feel good for people who really
I don't
like
think that's the same thing, though, Adam. Bulwark Druid was a bug. I mean, you had a defensive skill one-shotting Nightmare Dungeon 100. I think you needed to nerf that instantly.
Yes,
that one doesn't make any
absolutely.
sense.
I think I talked about this a couple campfire chats ago, but I want to bring scaling to things that don't scale well. That's one of those low-hanging fruits that I think will just make the game better. No promises when or if, but it is something that I want to do. There's a lot of things that don't scale well, a lot of legendary powers. I think ultimates in general don't scale too well, or a lot of them don't. I want to add more ways to have these things scale so that you just have more options, more builds, things that are good. But yeah, so now we're in Season 2, and there are some things that are really good, right? And our idea now is that we don't want to, or when we nerf things, because I think we can't just not nerf things forever. Because in that world, you have like everything in this realm, and then you've got like, you know, your Hoda, Barb, or Ball Line, that goes here, and if we're like, okay, whether or not it's bug, if we just bring everything here, then the next thing goes here, and you just get like, you know, quadrillions of damage. You can't do that for a long time.
Then we're in Diablo 3 Season 25.
Yeah, right, or like you can't measure it anymore, and that's not a healthy way to do things. So we do have to, but I think it's about how we do it and when. So
Hoda or Double Swing? They're both really good. I would go Hoda. Hoda's more powerful, I think.
Like, hey, this is what's coming and how we see it and what we're planning to nerf. You know, we did this a little bit with like ossified essence on the Necro. If you remember, I said like, hey, that key passive is my oversight. It was just way too strong. Like, we didn't think that essence was going to get as high as it did and that people were going to be able to maximize it the way that they did. It was just an oversight. So we're going to nerf it, and then we did. And
what's the link to this build that I'm playing? Thinking it right now.
Viable and the thing that we nerf is viable, I think it's fine.
It's in the chat right now.
Going through it, or when we do it over and over and don't say anything beforehand and people get caught off guard, that I think there's bad feelings. So we want to communicate early and often.
Back
and
to
then,
the OG hoodie.
Bring down the power levels of things or change things around.
It's
So that
always
way
a
it's more
blue
of
hoodie of some
conversation.
kind.
I also think this is really good because, like, I think at launch, and even in general, this is something I'm passionate about. That's why I'm here talking to you. But I like talking to the community and being more open about things because it arms even you or the community to talk about the changes and things they want to see in the game, and they're armed with the knowledge of how we see it and what we think, right? Because normally, you know, you got like the community over here and the developers over here, and sometimes I've seen this happen in other communities and games and even our games where like the community starts to just talk with each other and they think this one thing's like a really good idea and they're like, oh, this must be the way to fix it. And then same thing with the developer, like over here, like this must be the way to fix it, and they don't match.
I'm gonna
And
ask
then we
Woody
do
if he can
something, and
ask
they're
a
like, that was
question.
not even at all what we convinced ourselves was a good idea. And sometimes either side can convince themselves of really good ideas, and neither of them might be actual good ideas when they play out in the game, right? But now when we're like, hey, this is how we think of things, this is what we're leaning towards, these are the problems we see and how we want to solve them, then when you're talking with each other or giving us feedback, you know what we think. And so you're armed with that knowledge and can give us more intelligent, more thought out feedback instead of just trying to guess what we're thinking, which isn't really effective for either group, I think.
I think it's very important that the line of communication is open, and
Yeah.
I really like, not just me, I guess everyone appreciates really like like the campfire chats, like
Yeah.
seeing the devs there and you talk about stuff, and as long as it's like
I said,
some
Woody,
honest, open
have a
conversation, I think
conversation on the
people
types
are
of
also, like, much more
endgames that the
accepting of
D4 team
nerfs,
is
so,
looking at.
I guess everyone
Like
sees the ball lighting nerf
Uber
coming at some point, right?
bosses,
It's hard to-
an Atlas thing.
It's
Like,
just-
I want to know what
yeah,
kinds
as they
of things.
explained basically, right? You need to kind of keep it in line somewhat, and
Like,
Yeah, but
can't
we're
just-
not going to
can't just
surprise
keep
you.
I think
piling
the
it.
It's not
end
gonna
game
come
is
out
the
of
most
nowhere.
important
Exactly.
thing.
So
What
you say in
what can we
advance, okay, like,
expect that the
we
team
can wait
likes to
until,
make?
whenever, and
Yeah.
then expect a nerf or whatever.
Yeah.
And people can kind of like get in the mind
Yeah,
set for it.
and
right?
I never expect everyone to fully agree either, right? That's impossible. Even if I come up with something, or the player place does, and we have a
Which
different
build is
reason,
fastest for
different way we wanna
leveling?
go,
Blood Surge
I don't expect
Necromancer.
everybody to agree with what we do ever. That's not going to
I
happen.
think Blood
But
Surge is
I
the
just hope
GOAT.
that we can understand each other. And he's like, you know what?
Anything
I
with
understand
Hemo.
where Adam or the team or whatever is coming
I think
from.
Blood Surge with
Even if I don't
Hemo
think
is
it's the
an
right choice, I
instant
see why
insta
they
win.
did it, and it kind of makes sense, right? Because yeah,
Yeah, I have another question, and that is like, in season 3, you have like leaderboards coming. So does that change like your perspective on, like, for example, mid-season changes and mid-season like adjustments to builds? Like, are you like prepared for this? in
yeah,
any way,
we're
or-
preparing. We talk a lot about it. I think a little bit is going to be we're going to have learnings once we launch of like what's actually best. But it does mean, like we talked about before, like we have to be very careful, and I think upfront about when, especially we're going to nerf things or builds, because especially when it comes to nerfing builds mid-season, we know that players kind of have to collect gear. And you make all those guides, and other people make guides and videos, and they're like, hey, do this, do this, do this, and everybody does it, and then we just like chop off the legs from under them. Like that would be terrible, right?
Yeah.
So that's why we have to let people know early and often. But there's some cases where
Did their audio cut out? No. The audio cut out.
we can't, but those I think are relatively rare. Like for example, if a build or synergy is like crashing servers or something, like you have to, right? But that's extremely rare, I think. And most of the time it's like, oh, something's like really overpowered up here, then we'll try as much as we can to let people know far in advance so they can have time. Oh, okay, now I need to go get a different set of gear, or I have to think about the game differently because I know this isn't going to be around forever. And of course, abuse it while you can, right? Have fun, that's fine. You know?
Yeah, I guess it also
yeah.
depends a bit on like how does actually this overpowered interaction come to be, and like is it just like baked in like ball lightning right now, or is it like okay, you have to do like exactly this one specific combo like T-Wall's Will and combination,
yeah, a lot of
right?
things,
Like, it's like, for example, T-Wall's Will is like this combo like okay, you unlock those two uniques and suddenly like 10 times more powerful. This is like something way out of the ordinary and also not even accessible.
Or even something that's very late in the season versus something that's like from level 1. It does matter, yeah, of like how high priority things become to fix too. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. Yeah, chat always says like they want major nerfs only in new season and stuff, and I guess that's kind of like where we're moving towards. I guess outside of those extreme scenarios, right? With
yeah, like though that's a
servers.
good reset point, I would say in general. Yeah, for things.
Yeah.
This is the weapon that I need, Ramalad news, but it's
Okay, what else
it's
you
a
got?
minimum power and it's 837, so it's terrible.
I'm trying to scroll a bit. Ah, okay, that's a good point. Yeah, but vampire powers.
Yeah, totally. I
So,
talked a lot about him this weekend. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, also we saw this with Million Tarts, and now it's actually like coming back. Like some of them at least. That's pretty cool, I think. And I guess you also like, do you use this as like kind of like some testing grounds?
A-
for the
Amaranth
whole-
is
like,
at
yeah,
BlizzCon.
We really want to make this cool new interaction possible.
That's
but we're
awesome.
not really quite sure
Juno,
if it
thank you
fits
for
in, and
becoming a
just
member
make it
and
like a
gifting
zero thing.
10
Is that, like,
subs.
actually,
Are you
like,
kidding me,
a thought
Juno?
process behind it, or how do you
Absolutely,
go
yes.
about
Thank
it?
you for that,
is
my
the
friend.
thought process.
Yeah.
It's by design, very
Rodney,
much.
thanks
Yeah.
for the
So
$5.
I'll
What
talk about
piece
the way
of
that we
gear
kinda
can I
use
roll
seasonal
on
development now. We
health
kinda
on to
think
get
of
my
these two buckets. The first
hemomancy
bucket is
popping?
probably the more obvious one, is things that we know are going to stay
Helmet,
in the game.
chest, pants,
Like new legendaries,
rings.
new uniques, you know, they
Helm,
go to the
chest,
Eternal
pants,
Realm,
rings
Seasonal
for
Realm,
health.
and we know they're going to be there forever, so we design them that way. The other bucket is the new seasonal
Paragon.
stuff, right?
Life,
like
life.
That's themed around the season. Like here,
All
all
this
the
life
any
stuff.
vampire
Life,
stuff
life,
would
life.
be in that
Get
other
all of
bucket,
that
right?
too.
Vampiric powers. We call it Vamp Tide internally.
Get your
or
health
Hell
as high as
Tide.
possible.
I like those names, but you know that all of these new features that come in, right? That's usually a little
What's
bit more.
my recommendation
experimental, a
for
little bit
Uber
more crazy.
Lilith? Ball
And
lightning. Can kill her
by
instantly.
default, that is going to be ripped out. But we know when we experiment, there's a very high chance some things are going to really hit, some things are going to really miss. That's naturally what happens when you experiment, right? So we're very open. We know that going in that, hey, some things might hit, and we may want to bring those back either exactly the same or the spirit of it, like the good parts about it, into the regular game, right? And this is one thing I talk about a lot as a caveat with the Malignant Reigns, and going forward even. It's not always going to be exactly one-to-one of what is being brought back, because you know we have to bring it back in a way that is now healthy in the evergreen version of the game going forward, right?
Yeah.
And
Can't bring like a barber as it was.
yeah,
right?
or
It's
like Barber's a pretty good example of, like, you know, sometimes the thing that's attractive about the new season, we have to think about this, is like it's only the fact that the number was crazy big. If we bring it in and make the number reasonable, it's actually not fun anymore. And so we have to kind of pull apart in the design of something. Was it that the number was big, or is it that there's actually a cool design here, and then we bring it in, right? So we'll oftentimes be tweaking things, or even we can improve upon it because we've now had some time to test it with everybody, and we can make it even better when we bring it into the evergreen version. But it's very much a thing of like we're open to the idea that when we bring in seasonal stuff, and not just classes or powers or things, but anything, right? You know, we get a lot of feedback on the Vamp Tide, right? For example, that people really like it. You know, I think you can expect some version of the stuff that people love to come back in. When or how is up for debate, because it depends. There's like a lot of back-end things we have to figure out of, like, you know, there's a difference of making something and knowing we're going to pull it out versus keeping it in forever a lot of the times, even just in the coding and stuff. But there's a good chance that we're probably going to bring back the stuff that people love, because our ultimate goal is to make a fun game that people love, right? So if everybody loves something, kind of just makes sense, right? That's a slam dunk. For how rare we get slam dunk designs that are like easy and we know it's going to be 100%, that's rare. Like most of the things we make is like there's a pro and a con, and we have to decide like, how do we make the pros outweigh the cons? That's normal. But if there's only pros, oh yeah, easy, slam dunk, get it in there. Yeah.
Okay,
Slam that
just
button.
a quick thing for chat, guys. Like, this is Adam Jackson. He's a lead class designer, so I don't think he can answer a lot of stuff about loot filters and like Hellside and,
more systems
you
related
know, like,
things.
let's go more with like, you know, class balancing. If you have any questions, you know, this kind of stuff. So I just want to get that out there, guys. Like, no loot filter.
Yeah.
I guess you can't really say anything.
No,
over this
yeah,
inside.
no announcements there. I mean, we did some work in season 2 in a related realm with how
no
things
announcement
dropped,
there. Usually sounds like at some point, guys. I guess
Yeah,
that's-
Swoody
so
again.
I guess that's something to look forward to at least.
Yeah.
So. Okay. What else we got, guys? Oh yeah, that's like an interesting question. Lightning Imbue Rogue. I guess we talked about adding new skills and stuff. Are you also, like, for example, thinking about like expanding the arsenal, like, for classes?
like the elemental types that classes
yeah,
have
for example, like
access
an
to and
arcane
stuff.
sword, lightning, or fire rogue. Like, I guess there's actually possibilities there, right? But I'm not sure if like
We've planted some seeds of ones that aren't really greatly supported yet. Like you have some themes of fire on Barb, for example. There's not a fire Barb yet, but
The
we've
Hellhammer.
put some stuff, right? Like
Yeah.
Hellhammer and the Berserking one that makes you explode fire damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, kind of like what I alluded to earlier of, like, you know, we start with the class fantasies being a little bit more rigid of, like, we want to keep these things up.
again.
People approach
He's
the game
getting
and
a lot of
they
messages.
know what they're getting into. And
So
you
I
can't
know
just
he's
fix
busy,
everything
but
everywhere
let's
all the
see if
time
we
yet.
can get him to
But
talk
as we
about
go
the
on in
end
the
game. I
game,
just want to talk about
I
the
think that
end
you'll
game all the
see
time.
us
I don't really
flex
care
a
about
little bit,
anything
right?
else.
I'll give an example of where I think we went too far, actually, in the narrow class fantasy was, and Macro roasted me for this yesterday and does every day of the week he can when he gets feedback. But, like, you know, Necromancers, we very intentionally made it that they're a little bit slower to get around than other classes, right? Like the Rogues fantasy is very zippy, going around in combat, going around between places, they move. And even the Sorcerer to a degree, mostly because they have a legacy fantasy of teleport just going, right? But we didn't want every class to just zip around everywhere, because then we have to balance the whole game around that, which is possible but harder. But also, it makes everything feel samey. And so we want, and all the classes are intended to have certain pros and cons.
I understand
Not
what
everyone can just do everything
Adam
really
Jackson
well.
is saying here, but
even
the
before we
Rogue
do
can
skills
move at
in
the
game,
speed of
we
light, and Necro doesn't even have a
despite that,
movement
everyone does
ability.
need
They
to
don't
be
have
able to
anything.
perform at a minimum level.
I think there's a
of every
difference between
category
being
in
the
game
slowest
to
and
be effective, right? Like every class, for example,
not
has to have
having
a minimum
anything.
amount of AoE.
I feel bad for
They have to have a
necromancers.
minimum amount of move speed. They have to have a minimum amount of single target, a minimum amount of survivability. Now, some can have more than others of all of these things, but if you don't have the minimum, you just kind of fall off and feel bad. Like, you can't do the game. And I think we went a little too far on the Necro, for example, of like, you know, I was like, no, we're not going to have a teleport. But just because they don't have a teleport and can zip around doesn't mean they can't move faster and catch up to other classes all the time. So I think you can foresee
I agree with what Adam is saying here.
Flexing a little more on that. That's the example where we went too far. I'll give one that we almost went to if you want a fun one with before we launched the game, actually. The Druid, the Werewolf Druid, the original version, and I can openly admit this because it was my design, but their original shred, the core skill, we wanted to see how far we could get to make the class fantasy really stand out. And we had this idea that, you know, Werebear is, you know, kind of AoE, a little bit more simple. You go around, pulverize, you blow up stuff. And then Werewolf was going to be your, like, super tactical single target, kind of like a rogue. But, like, you zip around, you go to specific things and kill them really well. And original Shred, you would jump to an enemy and you claw them 3 times, and it was only one enemy you could ever hit at a time. It was pure single target.
Okay.
But it hit really hard. And had all, you know, the synergy with the builder, the key passive. That's where that came from, of hitting multiple times and being rewarded, was because Shred only hit one thing, and Claw, they both just attacked really, really fast. So you just go through and, you know, mow through things. But pure single target.
Yeah, I guess
we
pure
tried
single
that.
Target is probably like
didn't work.
Yeah.
You know, first of all, too many mobs too often, so you know, it didn't feel good. But then also they just destroyed bosses.
And that was in a pre-density buff version of the game.
This was pre-density buff, yeah, and we learned that then. So I'm like, okay, we'll flex a little bit. We'll make stealth. You're gonna jump on. You're gonna claw 3 times, but it's like a very, very small AOE. Like you'll hit the enemy and the things next to it.
Yeah, I think Shred
and
really
we actually almost launched with that. It was close. But then one of our designers really had this other fantasy, which is the version you see now, where it's like, you know, you build up different attacks that have different things going on, and you have this like 3-hit synergy. But you still dash and hit an enemy, but now you hit kind of everything on that 3rd hit.
Level 98
but even
Butcher.
Now, you know, Werewolf is a little bit more single target centric than Werebear, but we had to bring up that minimum amount of AoE to make them viable in the game at all. And that's kind of an example of what I'm talking about. Like, everyone needs to be able to do stuff, but we do still want to have class fantasy and have some limitations, because if everyone can just do everything, it feels very samey. Like, you don't feel different going from one class to another. Like, why play a sorcerer or a necromancer or a rogue when they all just feel the same? Like, they all just like do big circle AoEs or something like that, right? Like,
yeah, I can see that.
You're not going to have that texture to the classes and fantasies that you chase. And Diablo is a very fantasy-based game.
Yeah.
Completed.
But I mean, how do you go about, for example, like designing a power level of a skill? Like, for example, if you compare rogue skills, like someone mentioned Flurry in chat. Flurry is like extremely weak on single target. Has decent AoE.
How can people support this company after everything that they did in Immortal? It's shameful.
Like, there's not many good ways of solving that right now.
Well, almost every company at these days now, man, has a mobile game.
Just buff Flurry, but for example, add more like single target scaling options. Like for example, you can do like
everybody's moving toward mobile, man. It's the way that the world is going.
Or just the Flurry AF build, right? There's like basically those 2 options on a rogue.
Yeah.
To solve single target damage. You have poison or you have RF, and that's it. And,
I think actually I don't want to reference myself, but it goes back to what I was just talking about with that answer of like, if even within a build, not just a class, but a skill or a passive or a legendary or whatever, like if it doesn't hit the minimum bar, then I think you can consider that like a failure on our part of like, if Flurry is here for the single target and the minimum single target to be viable is here, then we need to do something to bring it up. Now, where we do it, that's like a very case-by-case basis, right? Like, do we do the core skill? Do we do the enhancement? Do we do the upgrades you can pick? Is it a passive? Is it a legendary? Is it unique? I think that's where the designers come in, and like my team figures out like, where's the best way to do it? Like, there's pros and cons to all of them too, which is what's interesting, right? Because a lot of times I think a lot of people and even designers, we think like, oh, just make it unique. Easy answer, just make it unique, right? But the problem is if you make it a unique, then
Dead man, they asked it and they think they're gonna expand it.
Puzzle you can make. But 2, that means it's only accessible in the late game. So like, what if the problem is?
I agree with what you're saying, Drixus. I agree.
Itself isn't.
That's a good point.
Right. So it's something that we think a lot.
More
about.
Diablo games, more exposure.
On, like when we find these cases, and please feel free to bring them up as a community. We're open to fixing them. I think that's like a failure where we've seen that's like low-hanging fruit. Like, hey, the easy way to make the game better, right?
Yeah.
Like, make flurry single target better a
Yeah,
little bit so
I
it can
always
catch
tell, like,
up.
people always ask me like, okay, what should I play in a rogue? You know, I don't want to play Twisting Blades right now.
Yeah.
And I always have to explain to people, like, guys, just rogue is good, you know, like anything you do. But then it's like flurry, and flurry is kind of like the one thing where I feel like it falls off too much. It might be just the general problem.
That's where we can use feedback, right? Because even,
Exactly.
you know,
So
we're not.
it's just one of those examples.
Yeah.
But
the feedback helps there.
is there like maybe other plans to give people more customization with their skills? For example, like I guess you also know PoE a lot. Yeah, so there's like these support skills. There's like, you know, bigger AoE, smaller
weapon's
AoE,
better than
more
mine.
damage, more projectiles. Like this is also like really exciting stuff you can do.
Yeah.
And I think this is also something that maybe Diablo 4 could benefit from. Is there like any kind of ideas like that in the room?
Yeah, I totally agree. I would say no guarantees of what or when or how we do things, but we're very open to the idea of like we want to make cooler stuff that's more modular, where like, you know, as I'll use a simple example, like your projectiles return to you, right? That's like, it sounds really basic, but then you go, when the moment I say that, you're like, oh, what skills can I break with that? Like, how can I do things?
Yeah.
Like, I love those kinds of designs. They're also really hard because we have to think of every permutation and, you know, the bugs and other things that can happen with that, the balancing that can happen with that. And then also like the performance of the game is something we have to consider as well, of like how we code these things, how we make them, because we don't want like, you know, they'll talk about like crashing servers with skills and stuff of, you know, when some skills can like do too many copies of themselves or permutations or things, it can just lag out the server and the game and things, and then we have to change it.
Now we already see that on world bosses, for example. Like,
yeah,
even just a few people and not only one boss. Like,
it's something that a lot of people, you know, like it's not a problem until it is, but when it's a problem, like, you know, Blizzard has a history of we want our games to run on, you know, a lot of different machines and a lot of different types. So if we make really crazy visual awesome things, but then you can't run it, like it's actually a very big disservice to the player. So it's something that we have to constantly think about and keep in mind, even when we think about, you know, that's why we did a lot of work, you know, on our end of like having more monsters on the screen like we promised and things like that. That's not just a free thing on our end that we're like, oh yeah, well, obviously just plop in more monsters. Like, kind of, but we have to think about like, okay, well now you're attacking that many more targets, now your AoEs are ticking that many more times, and you know, now we have to restructure it, and we do this a lot of like, we have to look at our skills under the hood.
Kill
and be
Zone.
Like, hey,
Thank you for the sub, my
this
dude.
one's like calling back
Royer,
to other effects too often.
Riv
We need to
Hell
find a way to
gifted
more
4
cleanly
subs.
make it so that it doesn't do that, so that it's
I actually
causing
like
less lag. And things.
redesigned.
Guy's a god. Thank you,
some
my
of the
dude.
skills, like, have you done that already since launch, for example?
Yeah, we've gone under the hood and
Hugo gifted a sub
refactored,
to
I think is a better
Costa.
way. We don't redesign of like we changed
Thank
how
you,
the
my
skill works
friend.
from your point of view, but like how it synergizes with
Hub-
other things under the hood.
Hub-
We're always updating.
Usa, did I get
Make
even close? Thank
more
you so much for
clean
the
and
prime, my
efficient.
friend.
Yeah, I could imagine that. for
Side of
example,
the job that not many
He's
people
one
see, but
I guess we're gonna
Tagoga.
probably see a lot more of these
Thank you,
cases,
guys.
especially when Avatar of Zir comes, where, you know, we probably have like, you know, really tanky monsters.
yeah,
like,
the monsters live longer, so now we have to
It's
consider.
exactly
Yeah,
what
normally
happened
they
in-
die, and so you don't
Yeah.
you don't worry about it. But when they don't die, things
Exactly,
take
that's
more,
exactly
yeah.
what happened in D3 as well. A lot, like, you know, you just play the game, everything is fine, and then you do like high grade rifts, and you know, you fight monsters for like 5 minutes. You have like 100 monsters on the screen, and yeah, suddenly the game breaks down, right?
Yeah, and it's an eternal struggle for every game, not just us. So
I
you know, it's
imagine
just a
Big
thing to
Popster.
consider.
Yeah. There was another good question in chat that I want to ask, which is about,
Yeah.
do you have any plans for like more support options?
The
For
25
example, you have Shouts on the
bits.
Barb that are, you know, supportive. There's like, you know, some bunch of stuff on Druids.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like something you want to explore, you want to push a bit, or is it just something that just, you know, evolves and this is like a player
Yeah.
thing?
I'd say we're really open to feedback on that now. We're a little bit torn on how we feel about it, because on the one side, I'll give you both sides, so I'll present the, you know, how we see it. On the one end, it's really cool to feel like you can like play with other people, support your friends, you get into a group and like you're contributing. Like I shout and all my friends and everybody around me gets strong. There's a really cool, good feeling about that, right? Even of the creation of incenses as an item that you can craft, that was kind of trying to get into that space where you can buff your friends. On the other side, we know that a lot of people like going through Diablo as kind of that solo experience and playing and, you know, like powering through on your own and making your character and things. And the more that we make these group things a thing that exists in the game, the more we kind of tell people, hey, the optimal way to play is to play in a group, because your shout is 4x more effective or whatever when you have more people around, right?
Yeah.
So it's that balance of like, and a lot of things. The rough part is that when we make something good, it suddenly becomes mandatory if it's best. And finding that line between a fun bonus and this is the best thing to do, you must do this now, is a really thin line a lot
Bro,
of
I
times.
think I just figured
And
out
so
the secret
we're a
to
little
streaming.
careful about, like, if we add too many of these multi-buff player synergy things, then everyone that plays solo is going to feel like, well, I'm so far behind, what's the point if running shouts and a bunch of other group buffs is the way to play now, because it's so much better. Kind of gets back to that triple defensive, triple shout thing of, like, if it was just good and felt good, leave it alone, right? It's fine. But when it becomes mandatory and you feel like you're losing, then now we've got to think more about it, and it's a tougher nut to crack. So
Yeah.
that's kind of how we feel about it. We're kind of I'm personally kind of torn on it, because, like, I see both sides, and having a resounding feedback one way or the other would be great, because that's like, okay, if people want it, sure. we
Yeah,
can go
guys,
that
you
way
heard
more,
it, so
but
we need the
It's
feedback.
not
yeah, this is why we like
I guess
feedback.
it's also like, if there's ever going to be Essence F mode, I guess it's also like not such a big concern anymore, and it can probably like expand the design space a bit.
Yeah,
So-
totally, right? So it just depends on how people want to consume the game, right?
See.
Yeah. There's a question about they would love to ask if the visual effects have even more effects if the higher they get. Like rank 10 is better than 15.
Chat.
But I mean, that's already the case, right? You have like this
Yeah, I want to
scaling,
say we do
graphical
have a
effects.
little bit of
Pop
that in the game now. Like how much we expand on that and other things kind of goes back to that, like,
Magnus.
game performance thing of, like, the more
There.
crazy we make the visuals, the less performant things get over time. So it's something we have to balance. But
YouTube forces me have
Yeah,
my
okay,
chat
that's also a
in
question
the
I see that
thing.
for the third time already. Something like about
puncture.
Puncture, or
I
like
don't
basic
want
skills in general.
Let get
Like,
rid of the chat.
Are
I
you
can
actually
read it
happy with
much
people's?
better.
I mean, you explained, okay, there's builds that only use basic skills, there's builds that don't go for it at all.
By
But the overall balance of basic skills is probably like more important, I guess. They seem like
Okay,
they have
maybe
like, all
this
the
will work.
theme, and some are just like
okay, I think
really
I
more
think I might have
useful than
solved it
others.
here. Maybe.
And it seems like something that, at least from my perspective,
Be able
is
to
like
see
very
everything
neglected.
Mhm.
So is that like something that you're also like looking into like in the near future
Yeah,
to like make them more viable like across all classes, for example, not just a rogue?
This doesn't
yeah. I would say, well, are you talking about basics? There's two ways to think about it. Are you talking about
Trying
basic
to
skills compared to other basic
I
skills,
pop
or
this
basic
out.
skills on your bar at all compared to
I guess
other
the question
skills?
here is more
I
about
pop out the
comparing
viewer
between these
activity.
basic skills.
Yeah, compared to each other. I would say inherently in our design, we want all of our things to be competitive with one another. So when basic skills aren't competitive with other basic skills, we do want to try and make them more competitive. That is a goal I think that is pretty safe to say the team has. I will say we have already taken a few stabs at it. If you look at our patch notes, I remember talking with different people about, hey, we've done actually like reviews of the basic skills a few times.
Yeah, I've seen those.
It's really hard, but we
But
do. We don't want
YouTube,
anyone to be the best.
Not the best.
And we also want them to be useful for a long time, so that
It's
you
too
don't
bad.
just drop off every single time. Like,
There's
oh,
a
my
lot of
basic
features
skill
here that could be a hell
kinda
of a lot
stinks 'cause
better.
It doesn't do a ton of damage, so I'm just never going to use it again.
It's okay.
But even compared to each other, yeah, like puncture being better than the other ones isn't intentional. It just means we got to make the other ones better.
YouTube's making my
Would
life.
be my answer there.
And also like let's say for a build that doesn't like go all in on basic skills, like in the end game
other
they
one.
really fall off.
Yeah.
In terms of like damage output. Is that actually intentional?
Which
Or
thing?
is it just like
Well,
supposed to be like some kind of filler
two
skill?
things.
Because I don't know, I think it would be also nice if like your normal attack actually did something, you know, it's besides giving you like a 2-second
It's
buff
okay.
or something minor.
Yeah. So
Okay.
our
Sorry, guys. I was trying to fix something,
So
but
basic
kind of
skills,
worked, but it also
the
kind of
intent
didn't
behind
work.
them is that we don't want them to completely
What am I?
overshadow.
We're
core
listening to
skills, at least
Woody
early
talk
on.
with Adam
Because
Jackson.
Imagine, you log into D4 and your basic
What's
skill
my
does the same
average
damage as
time
your
to
core skill.
100? I could probably do it
Core
in
skill
20
just- Core
hours.
skill costs resources,
or
the basic
less.
skill doesn't. Why do I use the core skill, right? Like
20
that's an
hours or
obvious
less
problem
to
that you have
100.
with why we don't want it to surpass early on. But later on in the game, I think we're pretty open to the idea of basic skills, like having a basic skill build and adding more support for it. I know there's some people on the team that are passionate about it, and I agree of like it'd be cool to explore that more. Our current design, when we launched the game, we don't really have a ton of that right now.
Neela, how is it on YouTube, man?
Skills, their role in kind of your character was
It should be way higher quality.
Because if we make it damage, we run into that core skill problem of when you compare two things, one's better, you just do the better one. So instead, we added a lot of utility and other, or even buffs or synergies to your basic skill, and that was how we were trying to justify their use on your bar. To be honest, I don't think we've completely hit the mark yet on many of them, but that is kind of our design intent and what I think you can expect us to go towards, is we want you to feel good about having them. we think damage being the reason shouldn't be at least super early on, or shouldn't be the main reason. Like, they still do a chunk of damage because early enemies are a lot weaker, right? But later on, like you said, they fall off. But adding scaling to them later on in some way, or adding very specific builds that like really use them a lot. Like, I'll give you an example right now. My Uber Little build I'm using on my Upheaval Barb, I'm using Frenzy with the amulet that gives you more stacks, and Moonrise. And so my Frenzy is actually like a big source of my damage. My Upheavals are doing a little bit more, but Frenzy's like 80% of the Upheaval's damage, just DPS wise.
Nice.
So I'm actually having a lot of fun with it. I'm having a lot of ideas of basic skills and kind of our tuning the designs related to that. But
I'll just get a Shaco, you can put 4 ranks for you. It's like the endgame scale.
oh yeah, I'll just go get a shotgun. I'll just go get that real quick.
Yeah, I was asking earlier, but they didn't turn on the drop for me. I was finding some Duriels.
Well, you know.
I got a grandfather actually early on stream, yeah.
Congratulations, nice.
Woody got a grandfather?
I gotta get going now. I've got an interview, but it was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys. Chat, giving some people love.
Yeah,
and
thanks everybody. I really appreciate all of you playing.
We're gonna see you
Adam
later on the
Jackson
campfire,
and
right?
Woody, ladies and gentlemen.
I won't be on the campfire actually.
Okay,
Yeah,
alright.
we do
But we're gonna
press
see you again on
interviews,
another one.
Yeah, you'll see me in the future. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, that was fantastic. From Woody and Mr. Adam Jackson. That was great. You're the only streamer. I'm the only streamer that you've ever watched, and now you're watching me on YouTube. Good to have you here, my friend. Appreciate that. 5.5 more years every single day. No breaks. Dude, my life is getting pretty high. We're at 13.6 and climbing. Can I... What's going on here? I don't want Leviathan's Maw. Dude, I'm just stacking. I am just stacking life everywhere. Does Mother's Embrace work with Ball Lightning? Doesn't Mother's Embrace only work with core skills? Ball Lightning is not a core skill. Oh, bingo for the campfire. I expect the campfire to be much better than the opening ceremony. I expect it to be... I hope they tell us what Season 3 is going to be. Do we know when is Helltide, or maybe I can go do some vampire stuff? Bingo! Woody just rated me with 2,586 viewers. Woody, thank you, buddy. What a god. We were listening to your excellent interview. Thanks for the questions. Thanks for the conversation. I hope you're having fun there, man. What's up, everybody? We're eagerly awaiting the campfire chat. We're playing Woody's build. Look what I'm playing. Everyone's begging me to try Woody's build. I am literally one-shotting the entire game with a vampire power. This vampire power one-shots the entire game. I don't even have to do anything. Would you like me to demonstrate it? Look at this. Watch this. I'm going to go out here to a bunch of vampires, and I'm going to do nothing. Watch this. See these monsters? Watch this. Dead. They're all dead. I didn't even swing. Watch this. Here they are. Gone. You don't even need to attack anymore. Let's get a lot. Watch this. Hello, monsters. Watch this one. Ready? Boom. Oh, these boars lived with 1 HP. It's impressive. Yeah, so anyway, we're pretty much cheating here. How does that work? Very easy. This works for every class on every build. Everything works. All you do is get the Hemomancy power, and then all you do is get health. Health everywhere. Health, 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 life, life. And then in your Paragon board, I'm walking toward these life nodes. Just life everywhere. You just one-shot everything. Any attack, you don't even have to hit them. Watch this. See those vampires? I'm going to swing my sword at nothing. Gone. This is World Tier 4, by the way. People say it doesn't work in World Tier 4. Fake news. Works everywhere for every build. Try it. Stack health, put on Hemomancy. Once every 4 seconds, you delete the entire screen. It won't one-shot elites or bosses, but it'll hurt them badly. Then you can just finish them yourself. Casting Town Portal procs it too. Okay, let's see. Is that true? It does. God, that's funny. Woody was talking about inviting me to play with him. What does he want to do? I could play with Woody. What does he want to do? Link for the build. Yeah, I'll post a link here in a second. Let me finish this event. Literally any build you want, anything, pin the tail on the donkey, druid, and then pick a random build, companion druid, any build, it doesn't matter. But Hemomancy on your bars, stack health, run around and do anything. Everything will die. That's all you have to do. Any build. Oh, Necromancer, Blood Lance, same thing. All you need is Hemomancy and life. That's it. Look at me. Watch this. Auto attacking in the middle with a generator. Everything. Everything. Everything dies. I'm not even looking at my screen. Gone. Gone. I beat the entire event. Didn't even move. Didn't even. I'm a double swing barb. I didn't even cast double swing. How do you stack life? Just roll life on your gear. Life on your helmet, life on your chest, life on your pants, life on your rings. I'll make a video on it tomorrow.
I must wait. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
The campfire starts in 1.5 hours. So we're trying to get this barb to 100. Clicking a shrine counts.
I must wait. I'm not ready yet.
Hey, here we go, the vampire siphon. Here's the really hard event, right? Watch. Just killed every elite. Here are the blood seekers. Already have the blood seeker at close to half. I haven't even hit him. Just over here doing nothing. He's got vampiric though. He's draining all of his health back. That's why he's still alive. Smart. He came with vampiric. He's like the super guys. No. Oh, I stepped out of the circle stupidly. My bad. World boss in an hour 20. Okay. When is Helltide, by the way? Helltide's spawning in 20 minutes, I'm guessing, right?
I'm not ready yet.
Watch this event. This is going to be good. Imagine pushing no buttons. I'm not double swinging. I'm not using any of my abilities. I'm standing here using my auto attack that does 0 damage. And I am AoE pentakilling the entire screen over and over and over. Rax is a hemo abuser. Emo abuser. What happens if I just auto attack the boss? I didn't even double swing. She died in like 3 seconds. Oh, man. Rax is a hemo abuser. That piece of shit. Well, it's literally my job to play this game and figure out how to make it as easy on you as possible. By the way, someone was asking for a planner. Here's a planner for the build. Works on every build. Every build. Every build works. Use it with anything. It doesn't matter.
This I can sell.
4% more life. All I want is more life. Life, 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 life. You can't make any skill work. All right. Now that you said that, watch this. Oh, yeah? Oh, yes. You can make any skill work. I'm going to do the vampire event without skills. I don't have a skill on my bar. Tell me more about how I can't make any skill work. I don't have skills on my bar. Take off your weapons? That might actually work. I think I can actually. Yeah, tell me more about how I can't make any skill work. Tell me more, please. I don't have an ability on my bar. I don't have weapons on. Rax, it was the Blast Wave Shrine.
I must wait.
Am I cheating? I mean, this is kind of cheating. My one vampire power is single-handedly beating World Tier 4 with no weapons and no skills. Now that we've established that, maybe I can put some skills on. I'm going to do this on my barb tomorrow. Got nothing to do. It's okay if you do it on your barb. It's got nothing to do with barb. Any class, any build can do this. Anything.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait.
I just need to get my life way higher so it does even more damage. How do you have 2 elixirs? In hardcore, you can have 2 elixirs. Yeah, I don't know exactly what things work. Ruckus says close and distant works. I'm building my barb normally for double swing, but it doesn't matter, it's just destroying everything. Even if yours isn't strong enough to one-shot everything, it can certainly kill them in 2 hits. Here we go. This is my favorite event. I'm not even kidding. This is the read chat event. It scales with everything. Would I ever work at Blizzard for a Diablo 4 director? I have no plans in my life currently, and I probably won't ever, to give up streaming. I like streaming. So if I were to ever consider a job, it would have to be a remote position, and I would continue. It cannot interfere with my streaming. The moment that you try to interfere with my streaming, I'm out. So what would probably make a lot more sense rather than director of Diablo would be something like a consultant. Community manager, probably not. That community manager is like a super full-time job, right? Where you have to do tons of things all the time in a punctual manner. Consultant is much more, Rax, here's the new expansion. Here's what we're thinking. Here's access to the testing thing. Test it and tell us everything that's wrong with it. That way I can do it in off-stream hours. That's a much more logical role for me. I want to be a streamer. That's what I want to be. That's what I want to do. I am a streamer. So I'm not trying to get away. I'm not trying to do something else. I don't know if I ever will want to do something else. I'm having way too much fun being here hanging out with you guys. Liquior Platts. I probably got that completely wrong. Thank you for the Prime, man. Decor, thank you for the Prime as well. I have to open a separate window to check what's going on YouTube. Thanks for all the subs on YouTube, guys. Would I stream whatever else I did? I guess I never thought of that. I could stream a job. I could take another job and potentially stream it. I don't know if I would do that though. I want to game. I want to game and I want to hang out with you guys. That's what I want to do. I'm already doing the thing that I want to do. So I am not actively looking to change my role. They're going to need to, whatever company is going to have to offer me something out of this world to get me to change. How was the chicken enchilada dip? It was good. In fact, I think I'm going to heat some of it up and eat a little bit of it. I need to take a tiny break. I need to take more medicine. I need to go get some medicine here. What happened to Last Epoch? The release date was delayed until February. Believe me, we're going to play a shitload of Last Epoch. We're going to play a life-threatening amount of Last Epoch. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some Dayquil or something. Let me take a quick 5-minute break, guys. Remember, the campfire chat for Diablo 4 starts in 1 hour. So let's get excited for that. I'll be back. Let me go get some medicine real quick.
All right. Sorry, guys. I completely recharged. I ate some chicken enchilada dip. I hung out with Sarah and Callie. I took more medicine. I drank some water. All right, we're recharged now. We're feeling good. Well, we're not feeling good, but hung out with Sarah. What are you implying? If you're implying what I think you were implying, we would not be done by now. Super chat. Thank you for that, Rodney. I got 45 minutes to get 1,200 cinders. Okay, we can do that. Ah, a game of Monopoly. Yes.
I can't do that here.
I don't think this is possible because I'm only going to be able to get 3 of the chests, unfortunately. I don't think there's any way I can get... Well, I mean, let's try, but I have to get... a lot of cinders. I have to get 600 cinders in 15 minutes. I don't think that's going to happen.
I'm not ready yet.
No! I fat fingered scroll of escape. Damn it. Well, can't do it now. Ugh.
While I'm in town.
Program, thank you for the sub, my friend. Thanks everybody for being here on Twitch and YouTube. Getting a little bit more used to this dual streaming thing.
I must wait.
Campfire chat is in 45 minutes, guys, and it lasts for 2.5 hours. Then eat.
I'm not ready yet.
Look, guys, it's a doggy lollipop. Callie, you want a doggy lollipop? Here. Yeah, take it. There you go. You're a gay person? We know, Travis. We know. There ain't nothing wrong with being gay. Go for it.
I'm not ready yet.
How many fucking times do I have to press evade?
I need time to do that.
What's up with the dentist music office? You don't like Switchfoot? What is wrong with you?
think I just set a world record for fastest event ever.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. Not ready yet.
Callie doesn't like chips. She's a devil dog then. Only the devil wouldn't like Tostitos. You don't know what to play next? Play Barb. Wait, you already... Yeah, play Barb. You played Druid, right? Play Barb. Look at me go.
Not ready yet.
What's the best leveling build for Barb? Upheaval in the beginning and then Hoda later.
Not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I like your YouTube stream because now you can play your own playlists. Yes. You can fire up the YouTube stream and turn on your own music. That's one advantage of it. Look, I'm with Mama Bear. Such skill, much wow. This is exciting gameplay. Emo's too strong, man. Emo's too good. You don't need to do anything.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Scroll of Escape. Love those.
I'm not ready yet.
Boy, I really earned that one, didn't I? I got 6 minutes to get 42. How's Borat doing today? I would love to do a Borat impression of you, but a little bit under the weather. This is my house, entry, please. He is my neighbor, Nur Sultan Tuliakbay. Can't really do it today. Probably still do Milton without it hurting the voice. Yeah, I used to have a desk over by the window and I could see the squirrels and I said if they move my desk one more time then I'm going to quit. Has anybody seen my red string line stapler? Still do that one. Milton, can you do me a favor? Can you just please turn down your radio today? I have a massive headache. I was told I can listen to my radio at a reasonable volume between the hours of 9 and 11. I know, Milton. I know you're allowed to listen to it. I'm just asking as a personal favor. Could you please turn it down? If Karen's allowed to listen, then I should be allowed to listen to my radio at a reasonable volume. My name is not that hard to say. Nahi Hanaja. Nahi Hanaja. All right, let's see. It's like Naga Higa Naga not gonna work here anymore. Yeah, hi. The chest is supposed to be like right here, isn't it? We have a problem. We have a problem. It's supposed to be right here. What's the status with the cow level? We don't think it's in the game yet. Pac-Man, thank you for the prime, my dude. Okay, we have a problem. I think we are going to lose this Helltide chest because of this glitch. I have 2 minutes to get to where I just pinged. Okay, my pony is very fast. Liz is fag. How is that? How is that allowed to be a name? If I go to the next BlizzCon, bring Sarah with me. I probably will. I will warn you though, Sarah does not like people. Just because I bring her to BlizzCon does not mean you will catch a glimpse of her, because she will probably be hiding. She pretty much hates everybody. Even you, especially you. She hates you the most. Yeah, Boiler is about to stay with us for a week, and Boiler's not even going to meet her. She's going to literally be here. Sarah is no stranger to going to places and having males want to do naughty things to her. It pretty much happens everywhere she goes. It's par for the course. You should see what happens when she goes to the Halo lands. Most of these Halo players have never felt the embrace of a female in their life. It becomes a critical situation for them very quickly. This is their moment. But then again, we go back to the flow chart. We start off with the basic universal truth that Sarah hates everyone, so never quite works out how they planned it. Too real. Too real. Rest in peace, Chandler. Yeah. Friends is a good was a good show. Campfire in 30, yes. The Helltide timer in the top middle of my screen is actually the timer for the campfire chat. Is Hoda the best bar build? It's looking like it, yes.
I'm not ready yet. I need time to do that.
What skills do I wish were in the game? Well, I mean, there's a lot of them. I want them to put elemental shaman in the game with lightning bolt and chain lightning, not the sorcerer version of it, the Ellie shaman version of it.
I'm not ready yet.
I want my totems. Where are my totems at? Yeah, where's Lava Burst? No totem twisting, please. The new class is Blastoise. Dude, I haven't really even been trying today. What did we start at? Like 78? I went 78 to 88. I haven't really even been trying to level fast. It's been kind of dicking around. Isn't the XP this season a little crazy? I mean, it's just so easy, man.
I must wait.
Absolutely crazy leveling this season. Rob, thanks for the 5 gifted subs and the new Prime sub, and Try as well, and Pac-Man. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. I appreciate it. Universal Funkos gifted 5 subs and well, gifted 5 memberships and subscribed on YouTube. Thank you, my dude. Appreciate you. Let me check something. I got so many windows open, I get confused all the time. Actually, just make this full screen, right?
I can't do that here.
Let me see here. Where is the chest? It's right by where it's literally on top of me. It's right here. Where is it? It's supposed to be right here somewhere. It is supposed to be right here. So I cannot see this chest, which is a major problem. Let's try logging out of the game. Actually, if I log out, I'm going to lose my elixir. Let's try not doing that. Yes, I do, Stray Dog. I do. Exactly as you described it. Those are some sick rhymes. Lit. Here it is. But first we need 80 more cinders. When is the campfire? 20 minutes. We're about to fire it up here. Two elixirs is only available on hardcore. Give me all that. Give me all that. All right, we're done. 301. Okay, the campfire is in 16 minutes. When does the world boss spawn? 16 minutes. All right. What build is this? This is double swing. But what's killing everything is a vampire power hemo. Hemo's what's killing everything. Not double swing. All right. Let's go do a little bit of vampire stuff. Then let's do the world boss, and let's listen to BlizzCon. Thanks for the hemo tip. You're welcome, buddy. Yeah, you just win. You just El Wino, and for those of you that don't speak Spanish, El Wino means win. No bingo game. I think the campfire is actually going to be good, so I don't know. We don't need to make a bingo. I don't think it's actually going to be good. Wait, I won the jackpot. Did I get a lot of living steel? I just always assume I get 3. I didn't even look. How many did I get? Pretty sure that's BS. What's BS? El Wino is win? Don't even try to tell me it's ganador. It's not. It's El Wino. A lot of people don't speak very well around here. I've been trying to help them for a long time. Trust me, it's El Wino. As a Mexican, I can confirm El Wino is correct. Thank you. That's why we have the emote El Goodo that Sarah just posted. The way you conjugate into English, take a word, pizza, put El, then mucho, then whatever word, and put an O at the end. El mucho pizza. Then the next common question is, what happens if the word ends in O? Add another O. El mucho taco O. Not that hard. It's the same rules. El mucho Oreo O. Exactly. It's perfect. Now just practice. Ending racism in one stream. Exactly. Now we can all speak the same language, and it's not a big deal. And yes, there are only 2 languages, English and Spanish. There are no other languages. Once we bridge these 2, we're done. Hola, habla Spanisho? Yes, Sarah's dad has his own language. It's called Hillbilly. The time I got the most trouble in Spanish class growing up in school is my Spanish teacher said, "Hola, estudiantes, abran sus libros a la página 73." And I raised my hand. I said, Professora, qui pagina? Straight to in-school suspension. But at least I got one good old qui pagina out there. Got him. I have no idea what that meant. This teacher said, abran sus libros a la página 73. Open your books to page 70, whatever the fuck number that is. 70, is that 70? 73? Whatever number that is. I think it's 73. And the way to respond to that is que página. Que página means what page. But of course, I'm me, so I said, Professora, we pagina? And I was instantly on her shit list. Qui hora es? What's 69? 69? Yo puedo hablar español mejor que tú piensas, pero yo vivo en el centro de los Estados Unidos y por eso nunca tengo oportunidad de practicar con nadie y por eso se me olvidó todo. That was very nice, Rax. Wow, Rax, your Spanish is actually pretty good. Great Spanussi? never heard that one. Spanussi? It always impresses me when people can speak Spanussi. All right, we got 8 minutes. Let's go kill some more vampires, I guess. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? La biblioteca es cerca de... Where is it next to? It's actually... Es cerca de el lago. It's next to the lake where I live. ¿Dónde estoy la biblioteca? Tengo muchos gatos en mis pantalones, ¿verdad? That's how the students sounded in my Spanish class. I'm starting to feel a little bit worse. Yeah, I'm starting to get a fever and stuff, starting to feel nauseous. God, it sucks being sick, man. El Basso en 6 minutos. Muchas gracias. Really like to complete this whisper if I could. This will do it right here. World boss in 5. Yes, we will be there. No! I didn't mean to do that. Why did my guy charge so far?
I must wait.
Save villagers.
Not ready yet.
I need to find villagers, huh? Girl can. No licking. No. No licking. World boss in 3. Oh, we got plenty of time. Yeah, we're gonna watch the campfire.
Not ready yet.
Okay, let's mute the music here and let's open up the BlizzCon thing. BlizzCon YouTube. How's the volume there, guys? Too loud, just right? How is it? Loud, loud, loud. Okay, I'm gonna turn it down. How was that? I turned it down. How's that? Good, great, better. Okay, we're gonna leave it there. Leave it right there. I'm not going to be talking much. We're going to be listening. I'm not going to be talking much. Some people are saying leave it or a little bit quieter. We can go a tiny bit quieter. How about that? It's a little bit lower.
Thank you.
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners: Omen, Game Life, Xbox, Power Your Dreams, Mountain Dew Game Fuel Mystic Punch, redeem points for gaming rewards and exclusive items in Diablo 4. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 40 series and NVIDIA Reflex, the highest FPS and lowest latency on PC. Secret Lab, award-winning comfort engineered to support your every move. Experience the ultimate performance gaming seat. HyperX, we're all gamers.
Thank you everyone for joining us. Welcome to the Diablo 4 Campfire Chat.
Yes, I'm going to put it on the screen. Just give me 1 second. Is the volume too low now with the chatting?
Welcome to BlizzCon 2023.
How's the volume,
Wow,
guys?
this is crazy.
Does it need to go up?
This is awesome, seeing so many people. Very, very different than our streaming studio back in the office for sure. But thank you all for joining us on a very special version of Diablo's Campfire Chat. We kicked off this program as a live stream, as you all know, and it's an amazing feeling to see us actually do this here in front of a live audience now at BlizzCon. We have some news to share with you, and before we get into it, I do want to welcome and learn more about our wonderful panelists here
How's that?
for today's Campfire Chat. So let's go right into it. Brent. Hi, everybody. This is your first. This is Brent's first time up here. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Wardrobe.
I know.
Look, it's for a very good reason.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Green
We're
for
breaking a little color tradition up here.
Green for Diablo.
Yeah. Yeah. So my name is Brent Gibson. I'm an associate game director on Diablo 4. I was a part of the Vicarious Visions team that came together with Team 3 a couple years ago to make Diablo 4. And I'm really excited to be up here today.
And Diablo 2 Resurrected.
A little bit about
okay, here, I'm going to put it to max volume because he's very quiet. That's as high as I can go. Not true, I can go higher even more. How's that?
Now, I know we have multiple teams, Brent, that are working on Diablo 4. So, and you yourself are going to be talking specifically about the expansion here today.
Do you want Spanish subtitles? Do you actually want that, or are you joking?
Working on the game for Diablo 4.
But we're all one big team, which is the exciting part.
Yeah, very, very big team. And of course, based off of community feedback and everything that we've heard, those groups are going to be working on seasons and upcoming items, and then of course the expansion that we have here. Next up, though, we actually have Tiffany, who's going to be talking here.
Actually,
do we have? No, we do.
Oh, hey, I'm Tiffany.
Yeah, Tiffany.
I was not pausing for applause. I'm just awkward. But this is my 14th BlizzCon. It's my 9th as an employee. I first attended as a part of the community in 2005, so it's really special to be up here. I've worked on the Diablo franchise for 12 years now, starting on Diablo 3 12 years ago, and then moving on to Diablo 4 for the past years. Brent and I actually unknowingly worked on the same game back in 2009, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. Yeah, that game is awesome.
It's a big throwback.
So it's been such a thrill to work with him and a bunch of the others from the Albany office, again, on Diablo 4 for the past few years.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tiffany. We have Kaylee Calder here. Kaylee is actually a familiar face on the Diablo side. You may have seen her in some of the videos. For our seasons and everything. Kaylee?
Yeah, hi everybody, I'm Kaylee Calder, and I am one of the lead game producers on Diablo 4. Like Tiffany and a lot of our team, I have been working on Diablo
I like her accent.
for the last 10 years across both Diablo 3 and Diablo 4. This is my first time on stage at BlizzCon, so while I am so honored, thank you. I'm so excited to be here with all of you. I'm a little nervous, but it's so good to see everyone in person. And I'm really excited to talk to you all today about some changes coming to Season 2, some additions, and other future developments.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kaylee. And of course, we have Mr. Joe Shelley here, a very familiar face on all our Diablo 4 Campfire Chats. Joe, welcome again.
Thank you, Adam, and thank all of you. I really want to thank all of you for being here and submitting questions. We're going to take questions at the end. And really, for all the feedback that you've given us throughout the launch of the game and Season 1, it's incredible to have
I moved my cursor, guys. It's
Campfire
not there.
chat,
It's on the other
but
screen.
with this huge array of other attendees at our campfire. So it's incredible.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Joe. And of course, I am Adam Fletcher. I'm the Director of Community for Diablo. Thank you. So weird with an audience. And I will be today's host and moderator. I want to thank you all again for taking the time to join us on this very special Diablo 4 campfire chat. And I do also want to give a huge call out to this amazing plush campfire that we did bring in for this.
Wow.
I joked it's got very soft lighting. Ha ha ha. There we go. First pun of the day. We're already good. We're doing
This
well.
campfire has got
to kick off
a lot
activities,
worse
I
with
know
that
the dev
pun.
team, they do actually have some news to follow up regarding yesterday's announcements. So let me actually pass it off to the team. So, Brent.
Yeah, we're really excited to show the sneak peek for the next chapter of Hatred. We've been on pins and needles to share some of the information from the expansion for a very long time. And it's going to be taking us to a brand new place. And it's really cool because it's actually in contrast to that dark Gothic setting that we're used to seeing in the main game. We're going to go to some place that has a bit of a different flavor. So for those of you who are new to the franchise, it's going to be new, it's going to be fresh. But for some of you who have been with us all along, we're going to go take a trip down memory lane and actually go to a place that's a little nostalgic. So with that being said, let's take a look.
We have each played a part in what has happened here. You abdicated your choice to this child.
Isn't this exactly what we saw yesterday?
I grow stronger. There will be no salvation in the light.
You were dying to show us the thing that you already showed us?
There we have it. It's so cool to see on the big stage, you know, Diablo 4, Vessel of Hatred coming in late 2024.
Yeah.
I mean, Brent, what does an expansion mean for Diablo 4?
Well, first off, I want to talk a little bit about breaking the color convention. You've been giving me
I've got green shoes
all
on.
sorts of grief over my green jacket. I like the green. Yeah, so for us, expansions are important because it's a great opportunity to take one big cohesive step forward. You know, when it comes to continuing our dark story, exploring the new region we're going to talk
Rax
about
is trying
today,
to farm
or even
chat
new ways to play
reactions.
with new monsters and a new class.
I'll give you one of
We wanna
those,
make
Mark.
sure that
One more
all of
stupid
these
comment
things
like
go
that, you're
together
gone forever.
in
You get
a
one
really
of those.
nice way. And I've been joking for a little bit about how
I'm
this
not
is
a
kind of like making a really good
clickbait
burger,
reaction
right?
farmer.
You want to
They
make
played
sure
the
that
video
you're pulling in
yesterday.
all of the
You
ingredients
get one
that
of those.
you need so that when they all come together and you take one big bite, all those flavors are working together. And so for us, that cohesiveness is really important.
So you say burger. There are a lot of variations of burgers. There's like single burgers or like maybe a double-double from In-N-Out or something like that.
So hungry now.
Yeah, what
You know,
have
coming from
yeah.
Albany, the In-N-Out, I'm down. That's great.
So what kind of burger is this?
That's a good question. You know, I guess I look at it as kind of like a bacon barbecue burger with all the classic ingredients, but with like jalapenos, right? Like throw something in that's a little bit spicy, a little bit different.
And
so
a
you
little
have
bit green.
And a little bit green. That's a good point. I didn't even think about
Yeah, you
that.
can restream it.
So, yeah,
Anybody
we,
can
we want to make
restream
sure that
it.
we
It's
have
free.
all the nice traditional
They
ingredients
said you
that
could.
speak directly to the core of our audience, but we're also offering things that are new.
Awesome. Well, I know with Vessel of Hatred, a new expansion, there's going to be some story and lore kind of attached to it. And let's kind of talk a little bit more about story. What do you think, Tiffany?
Yeah, so when we last left off in the main campaign, Nerel was traveling south with the stone with Mephisto. He got himself trapped in there again, as you know he tends to do. She's been following the footsteps of a prophet of light, looking for a way to deal with this stone and the prime evil that's trapped within. And she's a really fascinating character because she's a child, but she's been through a ton of trauma, so spoilers if you haven't played the main campaign of Diablo. But here she is directly challenging the influence of a prime evil, something the Haradrim have always famously failed at. So for players that might be jumping into Diablo 4 for the first time with the Vessel of Hatred, they'll have the choice to either play through the main campaign or jump directly into the new chapter. There will be a recap in the game, so you'll have full context to all the events of Sanctuary that played out in the main campaign. So don't worry, you won't miss out on anything if you want to just see what's happening with Neyrelle and explore those jungles. All right, I love this picture. He's real creepy. It looks like he's coming out of a mud bath of sorts. So this is Mephisto. Now, he is my favorite prime evil. I think he's just a badass. If you don't know who he is the Lord of Hatred, and he is the father of Lilith. So I believe that makes him...
Yeah, granddaddy of Mephisto.
Granddaddy of Sanctuary.
Grandfisto? Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Sounds grouchy too.
Yep. So Mephisto did not.
Does that make the
intend to be
grandfather
trapped in the
Mephisto's
stone.
sword?
Like I said, it just they're very bad at that. It tends to happen. So he's, as you heard in the trailer, every step of the way that
Daddy
Neyrelle is
Fisto.
taking with him, he is pushing against her, constantly trying to unravel every single moment that they have
Fisto.
together. It's in this next chapter in Vessel of Hatred, we're going to find out what is his fate with this stone and what's going to happen with Neyrelle.
Yeah, so with Vessel of Hatred, you know, we even saw it a little bit in the teaser. It seems like we're actually going to be, it's going to be taking us to a new place. I know you guys have actually mentioned Nahantu. Can you tell us a little bit more about Nahantu, Brett?
Yeah, so we're going to a whole new region called Nahantu. Now, for those of you guys who know the history of Sanctuary, you know that heading south actually means going to Torjan. When we started off with the expansion, we decided as a team to really think about how we're referencing cultures moving forward. And for those of you who may not know, the Torjan people are a real people. And they're an amazing culture. They have beautiful traditions. You should totally look it up. But for us as creatives, we want to make sure that we're always in a position where we're being inspired by, as opposed to lifting from. And so because of that, we decided to review some of our names and make some changes.
So how are we kind of doing this in game?
We've actually decided to fold it in creatively. So for those of the people who are outside of the region, you know, maybe you were from the Dry Steppes, you know this place as Torjan. But the people who are there know it as Nahantu. And so you're going to see that folded into the story in some really creative ways to give that name some power.
Awesome. I know we have a lot of cool art to actually show. Like here, right here, we're seeing kind of what looks to be like a river gate.
Yes, so everything starts here at the river gate. We look at Nahantu as a place that's been closed off from Sanctuary. It's been closed off from all the things that have been going on with Lilith over the last several moments of our story. And so you can imagine this monolithic statue where the doors have been closed for the last several decades, and now they're open. And we're going to see what happens with Neyrelle as she passes through these gates. If you look at this next image, we like to look at the jungle as this place that is a wild and dangerous place. We also love the idea that it's a living, breathing character of its own. It has its own personality. It expresses itself in different ways throughout the game. And so this concept is a really good example of where things from the outside may have come in, but the jungle's going to reclaim it, right? So you're going to see these branches pulling back some of the architecture that you would see through the region. But for the things that have been there all along, it's going to live symbiotically with, and so you can watch
Tyrael
the
be
river
there?
flow
Isn't
through
Tyrael
the structures of the area as well.
You know what? This is actually one of my favorite concept pieces that we've made for the expansion so far, because even though it's an environmental scene, it really just shows the depth and scale of the jungle, which is not really like a place we've ever gone to before within Diablo 4 so far. And it really inspired the team as well when they saw it, just that feeling of like scale and age, I guess, is a good way of describing it.
The idea that these roots are so old that they stretch across the chasms in the area. You can see there's a very small character in the middle of that branch.
Very hard to see.
It creates a sense of scale that allows us to do a lot with the environment, right? So it's not just trees in the area. These trees are actually fixtures or structures of the place as well.
You know, we've seen a lot of environments, and I know there's a lot of also architecture here in the haunt too. So can you show us a little bit more about that as well?
Yeah, so this is a great image that starts to show how we wanted to integrate a lot of the natural features of the world in with the architecture. And so you can see how the river is flowing with and around this piece right here. All of this starts from a place called Kurast. So for those of you who've been with us for a while, Kurast is an iconic place that sits in the heart of the jungle.
Kurast, is that how you
And
say
it's
it?
not
I always
just a town.
called it
It's not
Kurast.
just a capital. It's a sprawling city. So you
Kurast.
can imagine a lot of these structural elements popping up all over the place, spreading across the entire jungle. And this is just one piece that shows the potential of that. If you take a look at this next one, I love this. This is one of my favorite concepts of the entire package. This is a perfect example on how we're folding in that living, breathing jungle into the architecture. I got to give a huge shout out to the team. The level of detail that we put into this is absolutely incredible. They pay attention to our environments just as much as one of our characters. So all the detail that we put into Lilith or Inarius is the same amount of detail as you would see in a piece like this. So big shout out to the team for what they can do.
Yeah.
So I know you shared a little bit about like Kurast, and you know it's a very recognizable place, like or in the Diablo history. Like, can you get into a little bit more detail for us of like some of these maybe recognizable places that we'll kind of come across?
Travancore.
I'd love to talk about these next few concepts here. So I was a big player of Diablo 2 myself, so you may recognize some of these places. We keep talking about bringing you back somewhere nostalgic. So we're going to start with the dock towns. So you can visit the original Kurast docks from D2 in Act 3. And through time, it's changed. It's been 72 years since the events of Diablo 2 in the world of Sanctuary. It has been 72 years in real life. So I'm excited to jump in there and see what the denizens have been up to, see if there's anybody that's still around from the past 72 years. And like Brent and Kaylee were saying earlier, a concept piece like this really gives me this incredible sense of scale in the world of Sanctuary, and I'm super excited to explore areas like that. We know that locations like this really set the tone for successfully delivering on that nostalgia and embracing that legacy of the Diablo universe. So the capital Kurast is something that we've always wanted to know more about. So this is a clip that's actually from the teaser that we've showed you a couple times now. And this is that incredible ziggurat with really, really creepy Grandpa Mephisto talking over it. So we've always wanted to know what's under the ziggurat. What's amazing about this is that for the dev team, this is one of the earliest sources of inspiration when we started working on the expansion. And so seeing it make all the way from original concept into the actual teaser that we showed this weekend is really exciting. So we've got one more really, really cool place to show you. So this is the temple city of Travancore, and it's where the Horadrim originally imprisoned Mephisto in his soul stone. It's deep inside Kurast, and I am so excited to go in there and see what's happened in the last 72 years. Joe, what do you think?
I hope I don't get slowed by hostile blizzards again. But it's going to be really cool to dive under.
Is that Torok Ice Fist with the blizzards?
Revisit that area. It's such a memorable area from D3.
Yeah, Travancore was super memorable. Act 3, everyone remembering as they're fighting the council there. So it's great that we can revisit that here in Vessel of Hatred. And of course, a big question I know that people have with Vessel of Hatred, does that mean a new class is coming? Brent, do you have any more info that you can share potentially?
I'm sure a few of you have been on Reddit asking questions about the new class. It's the #1 question you've been getting all week. You know, when we started off, we were still making the main game. And I'm really proud of the fact that we delivered 5 classic classes, right? We got that great feeling of all of them spread around the campfire. It felt really, really good. And so when we were talking about the expansion, we had a decision to make. We're kind of at a crossroads of, do we do another classic?
No.
Or do we do something new? And the team really thought about it hard, and we felt we have a
100% you do something
responsibility
new.
to actually bring new things to Sanctuary. Like, this game is really big, this world is very big, we need to continue to broaden it, and so we made the choice to go with something new.
So you're saying new here, and we're seeing a lot of jungle environments, obviously.
Yes.
So does that for sure rules out something like the Witch Doctor?
Yes, that for sure rules out.
It's absolutely a brand new class. It is not the Witch Doctor.
All right. We've been hearing a lot of like, it might still be the Witch Doctor. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure we said new class. So awesome. That was great that we got to see kind of like, and get a little
God
bit more
it isn't the
information
Witch
about
Doctor.
Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. Again, Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred is coming out in late 2024. We'll actually have more news next summer about Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. Green. Great.
So, wait,
Glad you're
so we talked about the new class. The only thing you told us was the class is new. We didn't say anything about the class.
in the opening ceremony yesterday. And so Joe, I know, wants to talk
They didn't say anything.
a little bit about season
Well, where
2
was
and
the
what's coming
info?
forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we've had, as I said here earlier when I welcomed all of you, we've had so much community feedback, and it's been incredible for us to be able to release season 2 and bring a lot of those changes to you. And I think we have a roadmap here. You can see here that on the Season of Blood, some of the things that we brought with Season of Blood. If you haven't played since launch or since season 1, you'll be able to check out the new boss ladder, leveling, 40% faster leveling, right? The changes, thank you. That was all me, no. We have an incredibly talented team of system designers who care deeply about the player experience and the feeling of movement through the levels and being able to capture the objective of reaching level 100, right? And so that change was something that we thought was really important for season 2. But we also changed things like the way that item power scales, right? So that as you fight more difficult monsters, you can get more powerful loot, including some of those uber uniques from Duriel.
Yes.
And so many other quality of life changes. The mount, I think, is transformed. And that's not all we have in store for season 2. Like we were talking about in the opening ceremonies, we made some announcements, and we want to get into more detail about those here today. And a little bit of a sneak peek at, you can see here, season of, I'm going to say the orange text.
Yes, that's definitely a final name.
Yeah.
Final
Ship
name. No, we're not quite ready to release the season name, but we have a sneak peek of one of the features coming with leaderboards and the gauntlets. So we're really excited to talk about those. Let's jump into it.
Yeah, so we're going to kick things off with some updates to Season 2 that are coming really, really soon. Literally, this coming Tuesday, November 7th, we are going to be adding new unique rings, which were called the Malignant Rings. Developing Seasons is an opportunity for us to look
Where do they drop?
for ways to bring
Anywhere?
things back that you, our players, really enjoyed and really engaged with. It doesn't mean that we'll bring things back from every season, but we will look for opportunities, especially when the community is letting us know how much they enjoyed it, and also we also had a lot of fun with these. This also is an opportunity for us to kind of revisit those powers, because these are coming not just on to the season, but also to the Eternal Realm. So these powers you're about to see on these rings, we've tweaked them slightly so that they work with the other uniques in the game, but we feel they're really going to add something for each class and kind of continue on building their kit and that fantasy. You're going to be able to get these by defeating Varshan, so I hope everyone's been saving their materials. You do have a little bit of time to farm more.
Okay, actually, so
didn't.
save your materials for
So
Varshan.
yeah, with
I'm going to
that
save them.
said, we're actually going to move to the next image, and we're going to take a look at these. So I originally was going to talk to Brent about his rogue, but when we started doing this, he saw the barbarian ring and switched on me.
I'm sorry. I
Just
threw
the
whole
worst.
thing.
But so for our rogues out there, for those of you, if
Bro.
use your subterfuge skills.
That
it's gonna
ring
spawn a
is
decoy,
incredible
it's
for
gonna taunt
sorcerers.
enemies, and then it's going to explode for a really nice amount of damage. Think you're going to have a lot of fun. Adam, this is for you and the rest
14%
of the sorcerers out there.
multiplicative damage.
Ball lightning crew, yeah.
Well, okay, maybe this will, you'll try something a little different than just ball lightning. For the sorcerer,
No, we're
each
playing ball
element
lightning.
that you deal damage with is going to give
Did you hear what she
increased
said?
damage, and then dealing elemental damage
Do something
again is
other
just gonna
than ball
repress the
lightning?
duration. So sling fire,
Yeah, right.
lightning ball as well, and keep increasing that damage. We have 3 more classes to take a look at.
The Talarasha thing is really good.
So next up now is the Barbarian. So for our Barbarians out there, when you use, there you are, I knew you were out there somewhere. When you next cast Hammer of the Ancients, Upheaval, or Deathblow,
Druids get the
it's guaranteed
ultimate
to be a
pull.
crit, and that crit's going to deal bonus critical strike damage as well. Exactly, so hit them hard and hit them often, guys. And I definitely know there's a few druids
Sorcerers,
out there.
druids, and
you guys, I don't
necros
wanna
won.
forget about you, exactly.
Oh, Druid's got the loudest crowd here.
I know, represent druids. So for druids, when you are casting your ultimate skill, it is going to draw enemies in and deal a huge amount of damage based on your willpower. It will do that when you cast your ultimate and then 5 seconds after. And then lastly, the Necromancer.
Necromancers, rise up!
Auto corpse
There's
explosion.
actually 3 Necromancers up here because 3 of us are playing it this season. Total coincidence. So we all love this power. We know
Druids are
everybody
gonna
else
be
love this. So we are
ultra
bringing back
godly
the
now.
walking near your corpses. It's going to automatically activate one of the following skills, which is Corpse Tendrils, Corpse Explosion, or Raised Skeleton. So yeah, that is. That's going to be the Malignant Rings, and as we said, you're going to be able to get them from Killing Varshan starting on November 7th. So next week, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kaylee. And again, we're super excited about bringing in these malignant powers from season 1. Thanks to community feedback.
Those are actually pretty
and
good.
You guys actually wanting these powers back
Yeah.
in. We were able to get these in these new rings that will be coming out on Tuesday. And again, patch notes actually are going to be available on Diablo4.com for that patch immediately after this panel. So you guys can actually see what's in that update for players on Tuesday, which is awesome to see. So, but we do also have some more information to talk about.
Even more
Yes,
stuff. So
we have some more events taking place in early December. Kaylee is going to jump right in.
I'll kick us off. Yeah, December 5th is our next update for season 2. And we've got some additional updates coming in, some quality of life things, and then something Joe is going to talk about. But I'm going to talk about some additional changes to the Occultist. Chris mentioned this yesterday in opening ceremony. So for those of you who may not know, enchanting
this
is
gets
what
done
allows
time.
you to replace an affix on an item with another. And those that are familiar with it will notice when you go and visit from December 5th, there is a new view affix, possible affixes button. I can't remember it. Yeah, view possible affixes. And when you click on that, it's going to give you a list of the affixes that one could roll into. So that way you're not kind of just blindly guessing and hoping that the one you've picked is going to give you. We think this update, along with the gold changes we have made, is really going to help everybody optimize their builds and continue to have fun in the end game. We have also heard feedback about affixes and how some of them aren't serving you in the ways you want. We do have plans to talk about both changes to affixes and itemization in the future, but we're not quite ready to talk about it right now.
Yeah, that's right. This is a really important change, and itemization is one of the, itemization and endgame are the 2 things that we're laser focused on right now. We're gonna talk a little bit more about that right up here next with Avatar's Year.
Yeah, and you know, it's awesome to see these occultist changes because obviously community feedback has been, we've heard you guys like that it, you know, blindly choosing different affixes has been very, very difficult, but with the changes with the cost plus this will be much better, and this update, of course, hitting on December 5th. But other feedback that we've heard a lot about, and Joe knows this as well, has been about endgame. And so I know you wanted to talk a little bit about a new kind of end game feature that's coming in Season 2. So Joe, yeah, do you want to talk a little bit about?
Yeah, so we want to add more endgame, and then we want to add some more endgame, and then
Some more?
we're going to add more endgame.
Yeah, we're going to add some more after
That's
that.
right.
Okay, yeah.
Thank God.
And in particular, permanent or evergreen endgame features that extend the challenges and reward opportunities from 50 to 100 and after you've reached 100. And so Abattoir of Zir is a 100 plus new thing that we're trying here. This is a seasonal endgame event. So it's temporary, and we're really interested in paying attention to how all of you run through it and your feedback on it for the future of, maybe we'll bring it back, and we'll see how it goes. But you probably want to know more about it than just staring at this red portal, right? We have a chart that used to be on a napkin, but
It's very beautiful.
This is when you work with a bunch of designers, they like to make these little flow charts, and then they hand them to you on a napkin, and they go, "Can you make them pretty so we can show them to people?" So, designer flow charts.
Paint for life. So you can see here how the flow of
Drops an
Abattoir of Zir
Uber
works.
Nightmare Dungeon
After you
upgrade
complete
totem.
the final step of the season journey, you'll be ready to face off against the Abattoir. And this is a very, very difficult area. You're going to need to bring all of your skill, but also you're going to need to bring the very best builds. Not every build is going to be able to succeed in Abattoir of Zir. And that's why it's positioned like after you've really you've defeated Echo of Lilith, you've defeated Duriel, you've got your Uber Uniques, and you're like, what's next? What's the next challenge, right? And the Abattoir is meant to be that. So you're going to get a recipe for the first tier of Abattoir of Zir. When you complete that first tier, you're going to get a recipe for the next tier. And I want to state that there are 25 tiers of Abattoir of Zir. And that's fewer tiers than there are of Nightmare Dungeons. But each tier of the Abattoir is much more difficult than the tier before. This is not the same as Nightmare Dungeons 70 to 71. And you're also going to get a ton of Paragon Glyph XP. So I know some people have expressed that it can be hard to level up all your glyphs through Nightmare Dungeons. That you're going to get so much from this event. And you're going to need it because you're going to want to level up this new, unique glyph that you can get as a reward for completing the Abattoir. This glyph, the Tears of Blood, is tied to the event and is also persists during the duration of the event. But it will be incredibly useful for increasing your character power so that you can take on those tougher tiers of the Abattoir. You can see that it has a larger radius than other glyphs. It can grow even beyond that. It has multiplicative powers on it, and it can be leveled up to 200 times. So it is still a capped level, but it has a lot of progression in it.
What do you get for completing level
Lots
25?
of stuff coming here, December 5th. We got the Occultist updates and Abattoir of Zir, which is the end game that we just talked about that. And that will run through the end of Season 2. So players can expect, to be able to go through that starting on December 5th, which is great to hear. But we also have even more events in December that we do want to talk about. One that's a little bit more festive. We mentioned it yesterday. Kaylee, I know you want to talk a little bit about Midwinter Blight.
Yeah, so for everyone that doesn't live in California, this time of year can be darkening and colder. You might get snow or lots of rain.
Like where I'm from.
Yeah, where you're from, basically. You're going to need the winter clothing. As you return to Fractured Peaks on December 12th, where the Midwinter Blight is taking place. As you return, you're going to find that it's been enveloped in a storm. It's freezing out the locals. It's eternally dark, and there are new horrors lurking, waiting to, make your lives and the inhabitants miserable. So yeah, I hope you brought some ice scrapers with you. Maybe help us get out here.
Yeah, we're working on a special Diablo ice scraper.
It's already a snowy area. That's kind of what I was thinking. Isn't Fractured Peaks the snowy area?
So it's going to start in Kyovashad, and you're going to meet Gillian, a wandering bard, and he's here to try and bring some cheer and warmth, which you can see in the video as we go to that. And he is located in the Hibernal Square. And he's giving as well a warning of the storm and the terrors lurking within. And as you can see, this is a classic Diablo holiday space decorated mostly in skulls, which we find very festive on the team personally. Yes, and at its center we have the Totem of Midwinter, which plays a part in the event itself, but I'm not going to spoil that, and we'll kind of go into that. So what's happening outside Kjørveshad? You're going to head back out into Fractured Peaks, you're going to explore the zone, and you're going to encounter some sinister snowmen, or what demons consider snowmen, that we're calling Frigid Husks, which, yes, they're beautiful.
Yes, very beautiful. I will note.
I wish we could.
And I don't actually know if Rod Ferguson, our GM, is here. He is making me insert this wonderful pun.
It's all Rod.
He was like, as soon as he saw him, so Rod Ferguson, trademark pun. Frosty the Goat Man is what he likes to call these.
I thought you were meant to sing that.
Yeah,
No, we're not gonna. Okay, we're
gonna
nixing the singing. No singing. Okay. All right, so who's building these? I mentioned demons, so you're going to see some familiar faces, but they're under a new allegiance. These Blight Fiends have new tricks, new ways to terrorize and harass both you and the locals, and they're just generally causing mischief and terror under the orders of their leader, who is the Red-Cloaked Horror. He lives in the darkest corners of Fractured Peaks, emerging only with the storm. And he is going to, be really, really mad at anyone disrupting his plans, and he's going to try and make you dead. I think he looks really jolly, personally. I'm a big fan.
Again, another Rod Ferguson pun.
Here we go.
No.
In this one, I will sing.
Oh,
I will.
Okay.
Rudy the Red Cloak Terror.
Oh, God.
There we go. All right. Just leaving now. We're done.
He doesn't even have a nose.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I know. Rod has the worst puns. We know that.
Okay,
So.
all right. So what are you going to be doing? You're going to be heading out into Fractured Peaks. So we're going to bring up a video with some of the kind of gameplay a little bit here. You're going to encounter the Blight Fiends having a really jolly time.
They are
there they
cute.
are. They are.
It's just the cutest little,
Yeah, well, we're going to ruin their day.
murder them.
Yes, exactly.
Snow globe of people.
Murder, destroy those snowmen. And you're going to engage in a number of events that are unique to Midwinter Blight, destroy Frigid Husks, defeat the Blight Fiends, and if you disrupt things enough, you may end up summoning the Red-Cloaked Horror himself, who's, as I said, very annoyed at you. And participating in these is going to give you resources that you can take back to the Hibernal Square to progress the events, and
And some rewards.
Right, the rewards, because what's a festive event without presents and gifts and, things in general? So we have a number of new cosmetic rewards that you'll be able to earn through participating on the event itself. So these are selection of weapons, and then we also have some really cool back trophies. I really like them. They've got bells, and there's some wreaths and lots of skulls, because we do like that here. We have a theme, and we're going to stick to it. So this starts on December 12th. Really hope everyone comes and slays with us.
There we
There
go.
you go. Got one
Kaylee
in.
pun.
There we go. Yeah, I did it. Yeah. So,
They clap for it. Good.
No, I was not expecting that, actually. But yeah, that's Midwinter Blight.
Awesome. It's great to hear more information about all these updates coming in. And Midwinter Blight's great because community feedback has been, we've heard a lot of people wanting more cosmetic options. And so now you have the ability of actually unlocking some skulls, some bells, some holly that you can actually incorporate to your character.
Not super excited
with
for those
Midwinter
rewards,
Blight.
but
all this information is going to be available again on a blog on Diablo4.com after the panel. And we're looking forward to getting all these updates in everyone's hands for Abattoir Zir, the Occultist updates, and of course Midwinter Blight. But moving on, we do have additional information to talk about Season of the Orange Text, as you called it.
That's right.
Joe. So Joe, can you tell us a little bit more about what's coming there?
Yeah, so more endgame.
More endgame.
Yeah.
Thank God.
This is such a cool piece. This is relevant to the season, and I'm excited to find out what happens with this guy. But I want to talk a little bit about one part of Season 3, and there will be many more parts of Season 3. We're going to talk about these more in future Campfire chats. But we wanted to talk a little bit about leaderboards, leaderboard-driven trials.
He wants it.
This guy wants it,
over
and so
there.
we're going to make it.
Thanks, Guy.
We weren't going to make it, but... and so the way this is going to work is when Season 3 players reach World Tier 4, they're going to be able to compete in the Gauntlet, which is a fixed seed, non-linear dungeon where your mastery and your skill are going to be needed to achieve the highest scores. And those best scores are going to appear on the leaderboards. Now, every time you enter the Gauntlet, it's going to be exactly the same. That means the monsters and their positions, the layouts, the affixes. And because it's non-linear, you have some choices about how you're going to progress through to maximize your score. And of course, if you're playing in a party, you can choose
how challenge
which
votes are.
direction each party member is going to go, and you really have an opportunity to optimize it. Loot will drop at the end of the timer, so you don't have to worry about picking it up on the way.
Good.
And
Good.
as you're killing monsters and you're opening chests, you're going to get instead these pickups called Proofs of Might. They drop from all of this types of content, and you'll have a limited amount of time to collect as many as possible to maximize your score.
Okay.
So at the beginning of each week, a new gauntlet is going to replace the current one, and the leaderboards will reset. Now, this is an image of the solo barbarian ladder we can see here. I want to caution that it is in development content, so some things may change by the time we get to Season 3, but we wanted to show off, to really give all of you an idea, a visual idea of like how this is going to play out. And you can also see on this next image that we have a number of filters. So there are solo leaderboards for each class, as well as party leaderboards that vary with party size. Of course, hardcore leaderboards.
The same person
and then,
can get
when you look at the
two different
leaderboards, you'll be able
scores?
to filter them globally or by platform. You can filter by your friends or your clan.
That shouldn't be possible.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm right here. You don't have to talk to me. About it. If you played Barb, you would be able to.
Ooh.
It's fair. Necros are better.
That's why we
all
have
know
the
it.
Barb leaderboard. So, I mentioned that these leaderboards will reset every week, but the very best players from each week's leaderboard are going to be recorded in the Hall of Ancients. This is a permanent leaderboard that will cement their legacy. And you don't just have to be the very top ranking on the leaderboards to participate in the Gauntlet. All World Tier 4 players will be able to take their shot at participating in the Gauntlet and progressing to the leaderboard.
So that means you don't have to be level 100 to participate at all.
No, you don't. In fact, if you look at this wonderful UI that we have up here, you can see that as you're leveling up and competing in the Gauntlet and getting higher and higher score, you'll earn these seals. And as you are earning these seals, you'll be able to climb up until eventually you get to the Seal of the Worthy, and then you'll be able to jump into the leaderboard. And you can show these off on your character profile and game.
Awesome. Very cool. And then I know with leaderboards, that coming in Season 3, with all the information that we've been sharing here, again, I'm just reminding everyone that you can end up checking all this out on the site afterwards. We'll have all the artwork up there. And of course, all the information that we provided even on the expansion stuff will end up being there. And I just want to remind everyone in the community that thanks to you guys and the feedback that we've actually gotten in for Diablo 4, we've been able to, we were able to get all these amazing changes in. So providing that feedback through our forums, through social media, through Reddit, wherever you post at, let us know. Even here at BlizzCon, it's a huge help for the whole entire team. So thank you guys again. Thank you, Diablo community, for making the game a better experience for everyone.
What about a leaderboard
I know we
for
do
first
have
to
some
100?
time for Q&A as well. We did leave a question box out in Hall A, which is the Diablo Hall here at BlizzCon. And then, of course, we asked on social media for questions through our fans that could not attend
They scheduled this for 2.5
but
hours,
we grabbed
and they only
the ones
presented
that
for
seemed to be
43
pretty
minutes.
regular repeats specifically. So we'll kind of just jump right in on them. The first question, I think this one would be good for Kaylee. Will there be more intermediate progression dungeons and bosses between Tier 4 and Uber Lilith?
Yeah, so we had this question a bit, and the short answer is yes.
Oh, it's only for
We've already started
one?
doing this with the boss
Oh, wait.
ladder, Uber Duriel, and we're looking for even more opportunities.
The
with
original
which
schedule
to
said
give
2.5
everybody
hours.
Things to tackle as they're working
They
their way
changed it.
towards Uber Lilith, as well as,
They changed it.
things
It
for
used
people
to be
pursue
2.5
once they defeat
hours.
Uber Lilith. So yes, and as we develop those, we will share more information, probably in more campfire chats or on Diablo4.com.
Awesome, thank you, Kaylee. This one's an expansion question.
Okay.
So, Brent, I will give this over to you. Will there be a season journey when expansion launches?
Yeah, we know we have a large community with players who like to play in a bunch of different styles. So when Vessel of Hatred launches, we're going to have stuff for Eternal players. We're going to have seasonal content. We're going to have people who want to continue to play vanilla, people who want to jump into the expansion. Basically, we're going to have something for everybody to have fun with.
Cool, thank you, Brent. Tiffany, this one for you. Will we have a system to save and switch between builds? A very popular question.
Very popular question.
So the reason Adam says this is a great question for me is because I ask Joe this all the time. It's something I'm also very, very passionate, myself and lots of the development team and lots of the community is very passionate about. So for those of you that played Diablo 3, are very familiar with the Armory. This is something that we brought to the game in patch 2.5. And so we've been talking about it for a very long time. There's so many different things, so many activities, like so much room for activities in Sanctuary, and so many different things to be doing, whether you're playing by yourself, playing with a group, PvP, et cetera, et cetera. There's Paragon board customization, there's build customization, there's outfit customization, what gear you're wearing. So we want to be able to have an easy way to switch between those so you can keep playing and keep, min-maxing all of your experiences while you're in the game. So we have nothing to announce in terms of when it's coming, but it's something that we're talking about all the time and hoping to bring to Diablo 4 as soon as we possibly can.
Awesome, I know. It's a thing that a lot of people in the community have been asking for, and being able to switch between different builds and everything and have that saved, it's something that the team most definitely is working on. Next question we have is from someone who's actually attending here at BlizzCon and is actually a content creator, was in our opening ceremony as well.
In the opening ceremony
was
reel.
from Don the Crown, and I think he actually made like a decision to come to BlizzCon like 24 hours before BlizzCon started.
So he could be here right now.
He could be here right
I just
now.
really wanted to ask this question.
Yes, exactly. But I will say this question also came from a lot of people. But Don the Crown asked, do you intend to add more sources of living steel to the game?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that grinning demon, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He sucks.
Yeah.
No, it's, that particular summoning material, we've certainly heard and experienced doing Helltides. Feels much more stingy than the other summoning materials. And so we want to make some improvements there. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so expect improvements coming down the pipe for that. And by the way, I just want to thank everyone for not putting your names in the box, because I would have completely screwed up half the names in there, as I normally do. So I appreciate people who do not put their names on there. You're the best. Last thing I need to do is butcher that in front of like 5,000 people. Will the expansion feature a group finder or global chats? As social features, I know we've heard a lot of questions about. Brent?
Yeah. Social's a really big part of the game, and we see
Global
what everybody's
chat.
doing with
That sounds
how they're leveraging
terrible.
trade chat to kind of work around some things. Our social team finds this incredibly important, right? Like, we got a lot of different ways to play the game, and we want to make sure that all of your communities can find each other and come together. And so we actually have to really get some tools in there to get to that point where everybody has a really smooth social experience. And so our goal is to make sure that we get as many of those tools in place before we actually get to the expansion.
Yeah, and I really want to make a special call out to, we have an entire part of our team who are focused on social and the player experience, and they are so dedicated and so enthusiastic and are just amazing people to work with, and they're paying attention to the things that everybody's talking about and need, and trying to figure out the best plan to get those kind of things to you in the best time frame.
Awesome. Thank you, Brent.
So it
Thank
says
you,
coming
Kaylee.
before the expansion?
And then we have a kind of a last question here. This is from Knox, wherever you are here at BlizzCon. What are your plans? There we go.
There he
We
is.
found him. What are your plans for itemization moving forward? A very, very popular question.
All right.
The question.
The question for Joe Shelley.
Yes.
Do we have a panel after this, or? No, this is a very serious and important question, right? And while we're not ready to share all of the plans for itemization that we have going forward, the team is working on the problems that we see with itemization right now, right? I think I was watching, what was that, Carbot video, I think, recently. And,
Shout out to Carbot. Love his
you get, the character gets 2 items, and they're trying to compare it, and pulls out his sort of monocle, and he's going through it. It's too difficult right now to compare items. It takes a lot of time, and we want to make that better. We also there are some affixes that are very conditional or have several layers of conditionality. Sometimes this gets, shorthand for this is a damage on Tuesdays, right? Like, I'm really good on, a couple days from now, it'll be incredible. But we think that there are too many of those that have really complicated conditional effects, and it's really hard to bring those into builds, and it contributes, as Kaylee was saying earlier, to a feeling of having it be very difficult to customize your items in a way that lets you get exactly the affixes that you want on your build.
Get that build you're looking for, you know?
Exactly. So that's something that we want to review. We also know that when you are optimizing your gear, the goal of that is to have the effect be that you feel that power. So you are customizing your gear, and then you go out and you want to be able to visually tell immediately, like, yeah, this made a difference, right? And then, of course, we also want to add more ways to modify items and add on additional complexity to items, sort of through. This is often talked about in the context of crafting, right? Better ways to modify items in that way. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I know I'm going to throw another question at you, though, because there has been a lot of talk about the amount of aspects that are within the game. And so, do we have any plans on what we like for aspects specifically?
Yeah, so it's going to take us a little bit of time to get this right. Probably won't see it in Season 3, but soon after that. But we want to get the aspect crystals out of your inventory and into the Codex of Power.
Okay, so they're going to maybe not do what myself and many people have been crying for, but
I'm glad. We're starting work on it right now, so we'd have to go back. But no, the Codex of Power is really a great repository of all of the legendary powers, or it should be, we think. And there are lots of opportunities for upgrading it or bringing affixes that you found, and we just really want to make that better. Yeah.
Great, that's awesome to hear. I know a lot of people are excited to have an area where all their aspects are, as opposed to where we are right now with collecting everything for aspects and having your inventory kind of running back to the stash and putting them all in there and everything. So there we have it for the Diablo 4 Campfire Chat. We do have a lot of awesome things coming down the road, and I do want to remind everyone that this Tuesday we have an update with 5 new Malignant Rings that will be hitting the game. You can farm Varshan to earn those rings specifically, and those rings are an eternal and seasonal, which is great to hear as well. And then, of course, on December 5th, we have our Abattoir of Zir.
Yeah.
Google Abattoir if you don't know what that is. I did.
It's a slaughterhouse.
it's a slaughterhouse.
Yeah. Cultured Adam. And then we also have Cultist updates hitting on December 5th. And of course, December 12th, we have our first holiday event hitting Diablo 4, which is Midwinter Blight, where players can actually end up earning a ton of different new cosmetics. Dress your character up in some bells, some wreaths, holly, etc.
Get very festive. Yeah.
Exactly, get very festive. And I did want to remind everyone that we do have a Diablo blood drive that is currently running. If you go to diablobloodharvest.com, Currently, the community is at 73% to the goal.
wow.
Once we hit 100%,
Good job, everyone.
everyone gets some
Yeah.
really cool rewards. Good job.
Great cause as well.
It's for an awesome cause. You know, we're aiming to have 666 quarts of blood
Of course
donated.
we are.
So of course, gotta stay with the theme. So make sure to check out the site for more information. Panelists, do
We
you
just
have any
wanted to
parting
say
words?
thank you for coming to BlizzCon and watching online. We love Diablo and we love you.
I can't wait to get back in front of everybody here and have more to talk about with the expansion in the future. So I look forward to seeing you all in Sanctuary.
You know, I just want to thank all of our passionate players, and you know, we listen to everything that you're saying, and it's been so awesome to reveal Season of Blood and be able to bring some of those changes back, and then to come here and to be able to tell you about all the things that are, more things that are coming in Season of Blood, and in future seasons, and in Vessel of Hatred.
Yeah, Drew. Yeah, I just want to say thank you everyone for making this an amazing experience to be up here. Also, hi Mum and Dad, surprise, yes, I'm on the panel. I didn't tell them. But I mostly want to call out our amazing team, who many of them are working here at BlizzCon, who you may have met down in Hall A, they're doing signing, and everyone who's is actually still back at the office, or well, would be, it's the weekend, they're not working. But everyone across all the spaces that we have and across the team in general.
Awesome. And I just want to thank everyone here. Thank you guys, everyone here, everyone at home. We hope you guys have had a wonderful BlizzCon. We're so happy to have you here, and we hope you guys come see us while BlizzCon's still going on for the rest of the day. And we'll see you in the next Campfire Chat. We'll have more Campfire Chats this year. And have an amazing BlizzCon, everyone. Thank you so much. We'll see you in Sanctuary.
Thank you.
Well, I got to be honest with you guys. My feedback to Blizzard is literally the same thing every time, and it's just more of the same. I really genuinely, down in my core, feel that they usually do a very, very bad job of selling their game. I have encouraged them 150 million times to be very bold with their announcements and give us a lot more. What I kept hearing over and over and over is, there's nothing to announce today, but we're doing these secretive things. We're at BlizzCon. This is the major event that happens once a year, and the Diablo panel was 20 minutes. The beginning was stuff that you already announced, and a lot of the things that you announced, we already asked for, so we expected them to be coming. And then all you kept saying was, nothing to announce today, nothing to announce today. If not today, when? It's BlizzCon. I would way rather you give us way more details about the millions of things that they say that the team is working on than you have bored me so badly. I didn't learn hardly anything from that. I'm very disappointed with the Diablo panel. And this is a recurring theme. I wish they would get 30 times more bold with their announcements. They always do this. It needs to be not a little bit more. It's like you're baking cookies. It's not a pinch more of sugar. I want you to take the sugar thing and dump it into the cookies. Then I hear the counter arguments. The counter arguments, well, what if we can't deliver on it? What if we're in too early of a stage? That's fine. Just say this. We're making a spirit class. Here's a concept art of what it could be. This is not final at all, but we think it might have skills like this. Here is a thought, a picture of a battle with the spirit guy doing his spirity things. Something. Is always happens, man. They need a completely different idea of it. It's not like you were close, give us a little bit more of this. It's, I didn't learn hardly anything from that. They said, we have new information on the season class. Take it away. Guy who was talking about the new season class, he says, thank you, Adam. Well, we launched with 5 normal classes around the campfire. And then the team was thinking, should we add a new class or an old class? And we chose a new class. Back to you, Adam. Thank you for that. Hey, Tiffany, what do we have to say about this? Thank you, Adam. Nothing to announce today, but the team is thinking very hard about that topic. Back to you, Adam. Nice, Tiffany. And guess what? That was the presentation. It's always that. It's always that. Always. What we need is a completely new reimagination of information. You could hype up the community so much. You had such a trajectory with how bad season 1 was and how much better season 2 was. You hit BlizzCon right after it to continue the trajectory and send it up, 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 up. And it's just such a missed opportunity, man. It's always this, man. Always. It really, genuinely, as a fan of the game, disappoints me. It's just a big missed opportunity. I'm going to make a YouTube video about it. I'm genuinely not happy, man. I'm extremely disappointed, man. I'm just not in a good mood. I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed, man. I was looking forward to this. Recap, just tuned in. Yeah, for anybody who didn't watch the Diablo campfire chat, let me give you a quick recap. That's the end of the recap. Make sure to like, follow, subscribe, and download Raid's Shadow Legends. Thank you. That recap was on point.
WoW gets to announce what the next 3 expansions are, and Diablo 4 can't even tell us what the seasonal theme is that comes in 2 months. Diablo 4 can't say what's coming in 2 months, and WoW can tell us what's coming out 3 years in the future. Cool. Ah, man. Farming the hate views. Adios, amigo. There's a permaban. I love people that say that I'm farming people for views rather than giving a genuine reaction. Adios, amigo. Very, very disappointed, man. I was so disappointed. You came here for my honest review, and the size says it all. I have a similar feeling to the BlizzCon of when they... I have a similar feeling to the BlizzCon of when they announced Diablo Immortal instead of Diablo 4. It's exactly the same feeling, man.
Not while I'm in town.
Man. You thought it was great? You thought that panel was great? Did you really? Genuine question. Here, let's do a straw poll. Let's just see what people think. Straw poll, create a poll. What did you think of the D4 panel at BlizzCon? 10, godly. 7.5, great. 5, meh. 2.5, terrible. 0, horrendous. What did you honestly think? Okay, I'm going to paste the straw poll right now in YouTube. Click on the straw poll, guys. I just pasted it. Okay, it should be there in Twitch and YouTube. By the way, Tylenethy, thank you so much for the raid. Kappa, Atarak, Tylenethy, North, Kappa, Close to Anime, Zanzibar, Matt, Ghost Dragon, Jezebel, Dehecus, Mystic, Homeless, Royal Dutch, Extra Gooey, Goofy, CK, Jeem, Tiny Jenny, Red Raptor, Canthera, Cybercorpse, JDK, Ian, King, Garoth, Anna, Mbushka, Jen, JMC, Rob. We gotta check YouTube. So many people. And then on, where is YouTube? Universal, Alexander, Matthew, J. Prex, Slaughterman, Charles, Mac, Mikadu, William, Am, Minth, Dragoon, Dragon, Victor. Thank you so much for the subs and the memberships. Thanks for everything, guys. I appreciate it. Okay, so most people gave it a meh. It's on both, Amy. It's on both. Go ahead and cast your vote. There's the link. It's out of 10. 10, 7.5, 5, 2.5, or 0. So a meh is a 5 out of 10. The number in the beginning tells you how many out of 10. Thank you for the super chat picks. I appreciate you. Best Diablo content creator. Much love from Hungary. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. The Codex news was huge, but I already expected them to do that. Not exactly what I was expecting from the results, but
I'll see you again.
It is done.
oh, sorry, I muted myself to blow my nose. I said patch notes are available. Patch notes are available for what? Can you guys hear me now? Does anybody have a link to them? Or I can just type in it. Diablo 4 patch notes. This is definitely based on, I think this is based on me. I was complaining about this majorly in the Discord. Nice. I sent them a screenshot of this as well. They fixed metamorphosis now. I mean, this gives you 45% multiplicative damage. This is pretty strong. I missed the hemo fix. Wait, they fixed hemo. What's wrong with hemo? Oh, this doesn't matter. This doesn't fit. This will still one shot everything. You just swing your. You just swing your sword. That's okay. This doesn't fix. It'll still be fine. Rax, read the first paragraph. This? Yeah, the rings are good. They are good. They're immediately available. It says it's coming on November 7th on a patch. They come out in 3 days, guys. Immediately available on November 7th. On November 7th, immediately they'll be up. I look so pissed. What did you expect? I expected them to announce way more. That's what I expected. I expected, I don't know, anything. I expected anything. It wasn't that bad. Oh, if you honestly feel that way, I'm glad that you feel that way. I'm glad you don't feel the way that I do. I think the new information there was essentially non-existent. They didn't say anything about the cow level. What did you miss? Not much news. That's what we hoped for. I don't know what news to tell you, man. You don't know the seasonal theme. We don't know anything about the new class and the expansion. We don't know what systems are coming in the expansion. They mentioned at some point they're going to upgrade the codex power. We knew that was coming. They said they're going to make a lot of changes to itemization, but not what and not when it's coming. They said leaderboards were coming yesterday for a gauntlet type event, but we didn't learn any new information. They said yesterday it was by class, and they said that you would be immortalized forever if you got a top placing. Got a tiny bit of details on that. I don't know what to tell you. We got no information. They didn't say anything about stash space. They didn't say anything about loot filters. Nothing. There's no information. They reiterated that they're working on itemization and endgame, but it's okay. It's whatever. It is what it is. That's what it. All right. Yeah, I'm not. I'm disappointed, man. I really am. I just can't. I can't hide it. I don't know. I'm disappointed. It is what it is, though. What can I say? No, they didn't tell us anything. Whatever. I'll probably end here, guys. I'll make a YouTube video about the campfire chat. I'll give the updates that were there. I'm probably just gonna voice my frustrations, man. I really think Blizzard should stop doing this. They're shooting themselves in the foot, and they're, in my opinion, they're killing a lot of the hype that they could be generating. Right when they have the momentum at BlizzCon, I feel like they just didn't take the opportunity at all to capitalize on it. And yeah, I'm gonna go play with Callie and stuff. Gonna keep Hopefully this stream was better than yesterday, guys. I'm going to keep dual streaming. I have the chat merged. There's so many people talking. It's so hard to... I would love to chat with all of you individually and answer all of your questions. I'm doing my best. But hopefully I can get a little bit better at it. I think today's stream was better than yesterday. You lied, you died. You lie, you die. I don't know what you're talking about. You lie, you die. I don't get it. But we're going to keep streaming on YouTube, both. We have the chats merged. Hopefully Twitch hasn't seen a decrease in the quality of the stream at all, other than it's hard to read everybody's message. I'm trying my best, though. And YouTube, we're here. Hopefully the quality is godly and everything's good. And we will continue. Read this shit, you lie, you die. All right, we're going to block that guy. Thank God we got rid of him before we end the stream. Now I feel a little bit better. On Twitch, I will raid Darth Microtransaction. Let's hook him up. That was the best part of the day, was getting rid of him. And on YouTube, I don't know how raids work. I'm just going to end the stream, I guess. We'll have to find lovely people to raid one day. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you. I'll be on tomorrow and every day after. We're streaming every day for 10 years. We'll make a video about BlizzCon. Really sad, man. Big sad. Have a fantastic night, guys. I think you guys are amazing. I hope that my video will generate good things in the future. I'm not farming hate views. I'm not bitching just to bitch, but just disappointed, man. Just going to be honest. Have a fantastic night, guys. Say hi to DM. Good night.